Awesome. Awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
All yours.
What is that? Okay, everyone ready? Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to the December 11th meeting of the Community Board 3 SLA Committee. We have a couple items on the agenda tonight that have withdrawn, so if you are here for those items, they will not be heard. I do not know if they will be heard at a later time, but they have withdrawn for this evening. That is item number 5, 97 St. Mark's, item number 6, Moco, 214 East 9th Street, item number 10, Crispiano, 130 St. Mark's, and 11, OK Houston Hotel at 151 East Houston Street. Those items will not be heard tonight. So as the meeting goes on, the format will be, we are going to give a brief summary of the application. We will then hand it over to the applicant for a brief summary or a response from them. We will then take comments from the public, go back to the committee for discussion, and then we will move to a vote. That's the general flow of the evening. And we do have a few items on the agenda that I think we are going to take out of order tonight. We are going to take one item that I think we have 2 items we're going to count as an expedited process. Those are items that essentially are either replacing an application or a location that's already there with the same stipulations, or that have worked, in this case tonight, they've worked out an agreement with one of our neighborhood associations. So we are going to essentially just move on with that. It stands with all of our standard stipulations. So those 2 items are number 8, Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse, which is 112 Stanton Street, and
Yeah, because they new locations.
and number 7, Apologies Slice Shop at 107 First Avenue. So I guess we will start in order with those 2. We'll start with number 7, Apologies Slice Shop. If the applicant is here for Apologies Slice Shop, could you please raise your hand, or actually, are you not here in person, are you? Okay, please raise your Zoom hand. We're going to promote you to speak. And did Michael Kelly just raise his hand, or was he up for before?
I think it's okay.
Okay, you can move him back to attendees.
Okay, it's good. Brad Schwartz.
Okay.
So he's a panelist.
Okay. And is there anyone else here, representatives or anything for Apologies Slice Shop? Okay. So I'm going to give.
Hello.
Yep. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Brad. Are you the applicant, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was having technical difficulties. I apologize.
And then I see Chia. Is that someone? Is that part of you? With you? Is she with you, or he or she? They?
I'm sorry. Who was it?
Here's
Chia.
Chia.
I don't know what that is.
They're not a panelist.
Oh. Okay. I guess so. Okay, sorry about that. There was someone else that I thought was part of your. Do you have any representation tonight, an attorney or anyone, or you're just here on your own?
On my own.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to give a brief summary, and in this case, because we are counting you as an expedited application, because you're essentially using the same steps as the previous location. I think there was one quick thing that we had to discuss, and I think it was just you were expanding the number of TVs. Otherwise, I'm going to give a brief summary, then we can touch base on that quickly. So this is, sorry. I know there was something I want to start off with. You don't have a corporate name. Do you have anything in place yet? You had
You mean like an LLC of some sort?
Yeah.
That's not finished yet. No.
Okay. So I guess we'll just count it as you as Brad Schwartz, because we do need someone that has to be the official name for the organization. So it'll be Brad Schwartz, doing business as Apologies Slice Shop, is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 107 First Avenue between East 6th and East 7th. It's an application for a pizzeria with 16 indoor tables and 71 seats, one bar on the ground floor, roadway seating with 5 tables and 20 seats, a food prep area serving a range of Neapolitan-style pizzas during all hours of operation, 8 to 10 TVs with background music from streaming services. There are 30 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was operated as a restaurant. It was Huertas with a full on-premises license for approximately 10 years. This applicant has never previously held a license and does not list any other experience. 22 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. Does that pretty much encompass the gist of what you're doing?
Yeah, but I believe the application that should have been sent in by Bookman would have some amended the hours.
The hours
I don't know.
I have listed were 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
Yes, sir. That's correct. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. The only question I had, and again, we're kind of taking this as expedited, was in regards to the TVs. I think you were saying 8 to 10 TVs. That was something that Huertas didn't have. Are you planning on having sporting events, or, for 8 to 10 TVs is kind of a lot for not as huge space?
No, there's not going to be anything like that going on. It's really just about if we're able to, like behind the bar, it's not really going to be a bar focused thing. So we could potentially have like 4 smaller TVs where, like, if we did want to actually have news, weather, sports on at one time, we can have that. So I think what it is really just trying to leave the options open a little bit to be able to have enough coverage. We do kind of live in an information world, and I think people want to be able to see that stuff. So it's not because we're trying to have big events, or we're not trying to be the sports bar with lots of loud stuff going on and rowdiness. It's just trying to be able to accommodate, because as small as it may seem, you still have a private room in the back, or a dining room that has 6 tables, and there is the bar, and then there's the middle table. So if it ends up being that it just makes sense to have 5 or 6 or 7 or something, that's fine. But we're not trying to create a sports bar environment.
So you want to leave it at 8 to 10 then? Actually, we should probably put an actual number. So 8, is that?
Yeah, that would be fine. That'd be fine.
Okay. Does anyone else have an issue with that? I heard you say it's a lot, but.
It is a lot, but if you end up showing all the football games that are happening on a Sunday night, you have a place I won't go to, but anyway, they get kind of loud. 8 to 10 does sound like a lot.
It does sound, that was why I questioned it. It sounds like.
8 to 10 televisions showing all the games on a Sunday night. It makes a very loud environment. Because people are cheering all the games. My local does
How many
that.
square feet is it?
I can only emphasize that it's not about showing all the games. It's about being able to show news, being able to show weather, all these items, that people are interested in. But no, it's not going to be 8 is fine. It's not going to be a sports bar. It's a pizzeria. Food first. Food first. We're there to sell pizza.
To 4, because if you do a couple behind the bar and one maybe in the back room would be more. That sounds more realistic to me rather than a sports bar.
Can I ask a question?
So you do 4.
If I walk in there to get some pizza, I can watch the news?
Yeah, I'd love it if you watch the news. Of course.
Never had that happen ever, except at a political party where we're watching the election results.
I would love to say yes. You will be able to watch news on ATV all the time. If that's what I'm happy to say that.
That's the only thing concerning with your application is just the number of TVs doesn't necessarily line up with like a pizza restaurant. It lines up more with a sports bar.
Yeah, we are a pizzeria. I don't know if anyone's been to Pauly G's in Greenpoint, but it's a pizzeria. And they do have, they have TVs. Again, we're not trying to be a sports bar. It's not a sports bar. It's a pizzeria. But we also do have, we would like to have the ability to accommodate people. And, if you kind of are able to look at the layout, you You could potentially have 2 in the back room. You could have, 2 or 3 behind the bar. And then depending on where you're seated, we just want to be able to accommodate everybody. So it's not about trying to have more than we need. It's about people being able to have that viewing experience and not having someone say, well, I can't see the TV. That's all it is.
I'm familiar with the space. My point was, that changes it very much from a restaurant. It changes the character of what was there previously. That was my question is, where's a pretty calm restaurant that didn't have any TVs, but it was not a rowdy crowd and not that type. So having crowds come and go from games changes that block a little bit. That was my only concern with that.
Understood.
And, I understand you saying you're not planning on being a sports pizzeria with some TVs, so that's fine. I just want to emphasize that we don't want another sports bar in that block to change the nature of.
So are we asking for fewer TVs? Is that?
Yeah.
What we're gonna, so 4?
So are you comfortable? Are you able to reduce it down from 8?
I'm happy to work with you. I'm just thinking that every place is designed differently, and I just want everybody to be able to see a TV if they would like to. That's all, So, I mean, why don't you give me 6? Again, that's not going to make it a sports bar, and it's not going to make it a nuisance establishment.
That's fine. I think everyone here is comfortable with that. It's not overwhelming the space with TVs, but everyone's able to see the TV. So I think 6 could be more than reasonable for that space. If you agree with that, that's fine.
And I'm happy. And if it ends up being 5, I'll be happy to tell you, hey, we only made 5.
If it's less, you don't have to even tell us that. It's just, we generally say a maximum of like 6, 8, 10, whatever it is, but in this case 6.
Understood. I appreciate your latitude on it.
Put that right here.
Here.
Which one?
Yeah. No, actually, you're right. Okay, so anyone else have any other questions? If not, I guess we'll move to resolution, and we'll put up the stipulations just momentarily for you to take a look at them.
Okay, thank you very much.
It would be,
Skip it. And this next, I think you're skip public comment, yeah.
yeah, well, I don't think, is there anyone here for public? But I don't think so.
This.
Nope. Okay, so it would be therefore Community Board 3 recommends denial of the application for Brad Schwartz for the premises located at 107 First Avenue unless the applicant agrees to the following signed notarized stipulations. It will operate as a pizzeria, bar, tavern, serving various Neapolitan types of pizza, all hours of operation. Hours of operation are no later than 11 a.m., opening no later than 11, closing by 1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. It will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary open restaurants program and any other uses by 10 p.m. and not have speakers or TV monitors outside. It will close front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or when there's amplified sound playing. It will play ambient background speakers, recorded music only. It will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. It will not host party crawls or pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure there are no wait lines and designated employee for no loitering crowds or noise. It will host the stipulation beside its liquor license, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints to immediately address the complaints. Does that sound good?
Accurate.
Committee? Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Sarah, second. We will move to a vote. It would be Sarah Bachu,
Yes.
David Crane,
Yes,
Michael Lavario,
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer. Yes. Okay, the motion passes. You will be receiving a form with the stipulations from the community board office. You just need to get those signed, notarized, and get them back to us.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. The next item we are going to take on a kind of fast track is Sammy's Romanian, 112 Stanton Street. The applicant is here. Please raise your Zoom hand.
Okay, we have Joe.
That's the Zoom, yeah, that's the applicant.
Okay.
Person. Okay, is that? Okay, hi Frank.
Hello.
And that is the applicant, David, right?
Yes.
Yes, you're just, okay, just checking with the name. I know, I assume that was you. Okay, I'm gonna give a brief summary.
Yep.
And again, since you have the agreement with the Lower East Side dwellers, that makes it a lot simpler for us, and we are going to, they are supporting your application, so we're gonna just kind of move through this pretty quickly and move on. And one thing to note, because you're basically going with the same stipulations you agreed to on the prior location we heard a few months ago, that also makes it easier.
Yep.
DML Hospitality is doing business as Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse, is seeking an on-premises license located at 112 Stanton Street. It's a maximum occupancy of 74, 6 tables, 66 seats, 1 bar. The premises has a full kitchen, will be serving food during all hours. 1 TV that will have picture montages, and if playing sporting events will be muted. There will be live music. DJs using streaming services, and the sound system will be use small speakers. 30 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This was previously Sushi Mai Asian Fusion, which did have a wine and beer license. Hours were 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. The applicant is the original owner of Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse, which was located at 157 Christie Street until 2020 when it closed. The applicant has reached an agreement with the Lower Side dwellers, and they submitted a letter in support of this application. 48 residents, including 6 from the building, and several residents who live within, 6 from the building, signed a petition in favor of the application. Okay. And then your hours were going to be 4 p.m., opening no later than 4 p.m. every day, closing by 11 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Does that pretty much
Everything,
cover everything, David?
11 a.m. on Saturday. Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Oh, sorry. It was my 11 p.m.
11 a.m. Saturday and Sunday to 1 a.m. Did you hear me?
Yeah, so it's 4 p.m. opening Sunday through Wednesday. I'm sorry, it would be Monday through Wednesday then. That needs to be corrected. So it's 4 p.m. Monday through Wednesday, closing by 11 Monday through Wednesday. Sunday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And then Thursday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
May I make a suggestion? In the past, we've often tried to say when we approve things in areas where we don't ordinarily approve, we want to say why we're approving it, and maybe to put in that this is an iconic Lower East Side restaurant that has been operating at the same method for X number of years and has never had complaints.
Operating. I think you originally opened in 1975, correct?
Yes, 47 years.
75 to 2020?
47 years.
Yeah, we closed March 14, 2020 due to the pandemic.
Okay, we're gonna just put a therefore whereas clause in there that why we're supporting the application, because we are upgrading you from that location was previously beer and wine, and we are giving you full liquor, but it's basically given your track record and you are a good member of the community for 47 years and with a strong support, so. Okay,
Clint, can I ask one question?
sure.
Did you say we signed an agreement for this matter?
So I was sent the agreement by the dwellers and David was on the email and had agreed to it. I know they said you were reviewing it. Do we need to change this?
Well, that is,
We've agreed to principle. I don't believe anything's been signed though.
I just wanted total clarity.
So are you saying you don't agree with what was in that? Because then we need to go through all those stipulations.
We felt the agreement that the dwellers offered was a little too overreaching. We'd be more than happy to agree with everything that David agreed to in Orchard Street, with the exception of the hours.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
There is what they agreed to any stricter though on the items that we do have in our
It has a
steps.
lot to do, a lot of things that we just don't cover.
Which is why we didn't want to sign it.
Closing hours and things of that nature and the.
That's what we should go over.
Okay, so then we're gonna have to step back and go through all this, Frank, I guess is what you're saying.
I apologize, but I
No.
want to be,
No,
Transparent.
I'm not doing that. All we're doing was changing from 12:30 to 1 o'clock a.m. That was it.
And that was in the stipulation.
Remaining steakhouse with the chopped liver and schmaltz.
So, well, just for clarity, I'm gonna go through the stipulations because it sounds like there's some confusion or disagreement here. So sorry, David, but I just think we need to do this to make sure that we're on the same page.
Are you going through our stipulations?
Yeah. But I compared them and put the things in that they agree.
But there's a lot.
Let's see what they
I
are.
did
Let's
put
just
all the
go
other
through
stuff
it,
in.
please.
It's okay. I didn't want the other extra.
Should I share that on the screen?
Yes, go ahead. We're gonna share the stipulation form that we have. You bump that just a little bit, so it's a little bit bigger. Okay, can
that
you,
was it, right?
okay, that's perfect.
Okay.
Who's ever controlling this, can you just scroll up a little bit? I can't see all the hours. Thank you. Oh, I meant down, sorry.
Okay,
Actually make it
So-
a little smaller, your window narrow or something. Look up on the screen,
I would do it. I mean,
tighten it down like the word agree on the New York agree.
can you just actually,
Yeah,
also,
there you
oh, it's not, that's not you.
Very well, okay.
Never heard it called a Jewish steakhouse.
That's what they put on their application.
That's it.
okay. Okay, a little bit bigger than that, right?
So, I, David Zimmerman, is a representative of DML Hospitality Group located at 112 Stanton Street, agrees to the following stipulations. It is applying for a full OP license and will operate a full-service restaurant, specifically a Jewish steakhouse, with kitchen open, serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Wednesday, 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Thursday and Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Saturday, and actually I think it should be, it's 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Saturday and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sunday. Is that correct, David? Sunday was to be 11 like the rest of the week, correct?
I'm actually checking with David right now, because we actually put in the application 4 on Sundays, but I don't think he wants 4.
He just said at the beginning of this, it was 11 on Saturday and Sunday, so that's.
Okay.
So 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Saturday, 11 a.m., 11 p.m.
Sunday.
Okay.
So is that confirmed, David, or Frank?
David? I think he may have lost the connection. Clint, would you mind just continuing forward? He's going to try and sign in.
And I will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including the open restaurant program. I will install soundproofing. I will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows except the entrance door, which will close by 10 p.m. I will not have DJs. And actually, I think we just need to clarify, because he did say in the application, and I think it was just DJs, but it was just playing recorded background music. It wasn't a typical DJ, so.
I'm sure you've been there. You know who we're talking about, the individual. who does play music and he does talk to the crowd. And I mean, I've been there numerous times. I know exactly. So I think the DJs probably should be there.
It's a party situation.
Yeah. So uncheck DJs on that.
Sorry, can we,
See that.
yeah, you got disconnected for a moment. The, promoted a moment. Correct. Okay, uncheck DJs is what we said.
Yeah, right. So I will, so uncheck DJs.
That's fine.
And the live music is limited to and defined as a keyboardist and a lounge singer.
Correct.
We probably should just put in there, since we are discussing the DJs, it would be, DJs will be, I don't know how to, just typical recorded music.
Will be recorded, DJs will be recording.
Well, that DJ also plays the keyboard. He does also play live music.
Yeah. Well, but that's, I mean, we do, live music with the keyboardist is permitted, so. Hold on, how do we?
It's a regular DJ. Usually we'll put something here if it's a DJ who's just playing curated background music, but it is not that situation. It's just, so just leave it.
Just leave it to DJ. Okay.
Cold water.
No, I think what we should say, because I think we said this last time at the Orchard Street space, it was DJs were, I think he agreed to, it was DJs at ambient music, not at entertainment level. I think that is what he said at Orchard Street. It's a DJ, but it was with background level as opposed to entertainment club level. David, you're back, right?
I don't think he is.
He was promoted back in, I know that, but.
I'm looking at the stip from Orchard Street. I don't see that, Clint.
You know, I remember the Orchard Street application very well. There was so much soundproofing that I basically decided
In that space.
whatever they're doing inside there will stay contained. Plus, I was familiar with the operation for previous.
Okay.
So I mean, that's kind of my position on this.
David, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back again.
Okay, great. So we're gonna put the resolution back up on the screen. We had a question about the hours. Frank wasn't sure. Originally, it was gonna be 4 p.m. on Sunday, but do you want 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Sunday?
Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, 11 a.m.
And then Saturday it's closing at 1 a.m., Sunday it's closing at 11 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Great.
And then if we're going down stipulations, you will not use outdoor space. You will be installing soundproofing.
Correct.
And then we have listed, you would have DJs, you would have live music. The live music is limited to a keyboardist and lounge singer. We were just kind of discussing the DJ aspect of it. And maybe Frank is right. I know we discussed it, but maybe we didn't put in a stipulation. But were DJs going to be at entertainment club level, or was DJ going to be at like background level so people are still eating and talking?
No, and talking. It's the lounge singer. It's sort of like he does both. You know, he's both. It's the one man on keyboard.
But David, you and I discussed this. Customers always going to be able to have a conversation while he's
100%.
Right.
My 80-year-old grandmother can have a conversation, of course.
That's fine. I think fine.
Great.
Bar mitzvah, like, wedding.
Okay, so then you will not apply for an alteration without coming before CB3. You will not seek a change in class without coming before CB3. You will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will not have a happy hour. You will not have wait lines. You will have a staff person responsible for monitoring noise and crowds. You will post the stipulation, and residents may contact the manager at the number below for any complaints.
Correct.
Okay.
Cool.
So we're going to move to a vote.
Is there nobody who wants to talk?
Oh, sorry.
What's happened?
We were kind of doing this actually. I had got off track, so.
Now we do.
Yeah, but
We took it on. So, is there anyone here from the public to speak to this? Please raise your Zoom hand if there is. Okay, seeing none, we are going to move to a vote. Sarah Batchu,
Yes.
David Crane,
yes.
Michael Lavario,
Yes.
Lynn Smeltzer, yes. Okay, so Frank will be sending out the stipulations to you in the next day or so. David, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Sammy's part 2. Here we go. Chop wood
Yeah.
and smoke for everybody.
Part three, technically.
Good luck.
Guys, happy holidays to everybody. See you in January.
Done with you, Frank, tonight?
That's it. I'm out of here.
Happy holidays.
Have a happy holidays then.
You too, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. So our expedited ones didn't quite go as expedited as they have in the past, but
You're moving really quick. You're
we're
doing
moving
great.
quick. So on to the next. So I think at this point, we are going to take, yeah, we have one, we're gonna move kind of in order because Hanoi House is the first item on the agenda, but it should be fairly quick as well. Is the applicant for Hanoi House here? Please raise your Zoom hand.
Sarah.
Yep.
Okay, promoting to panel.
Okay, hello, Sarah. Can you hear us? Are you with, okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna give a quick summary. King Me Kong LLC, doing business as Hanoi House, is seeking to alter their method of operation to include the space next door for a private dining room. The space is located at 119 St. Mark Street between Avenue A and First Avenue. This is an application for an establishment with 74 people, 1 table serving, and 22 seats serving Vietnamese food during all its operation. Now, the one question I have for you is, on your application, you listed hours of, it was, sorry, 12 p.m. and closing by 11:30 all days. Now, your hours are, on this application, you're altering your method of operation, which means you're altering your method of operation for 119. So you're adding this space to 119 to your license at 119. This is essentially changing your hours at 119. I don't think you intend to do that, do you?
Correct, do not.
So you basically want to add the space next door into 119 and keep the same hours, correct?
Correct.
So this needs to be revised to being, I assume, keeping the same opening hours at 12 p.m. And then I think your existing closing hours, which I have it, what are your existing closing hours at 119?
I believe, well, the license is till 12:30 a.m., but we
Oh.
actually stop seating at 10:30 p.m. And it it would be the same. We just expect that any private dining, the latest someone would book would be 8:30 to 11:30, thus the 11:30 closing.
Okay, but you're still serving and they're still eating, correct? So you're not closing and kicking them out at 11:30.
No, correct. It would follow the same hours as a license
So we're
guarantee.
gonna say 12 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. as with your existing license, correct? Okay. So its hours of operation will be 12 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. all days. It will close all outdoor dining under the open restaurants program or any other outdoor uses by 10 p.m. It will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. or when amplified sound is playing, including when unlimited DJs, live music, non-musical performances, or any other amplified events. It will play ambient background music only. It will not apply for an alteration without coming before CB3. It will not have pub crawls or party buses. It will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. It will not have happy hours. It will ensure there are no wait lines and designate an employee to ensure there's no loitering or crowds, and it will conspicuously post a stipulation, and it will provide a telephone number for residents to call with complaints.
Correct.
Now, you said we did hear this actual space that you're adding on. We heard that a couple months ago and approved that for the liquor license. This is just now your method of operation to your original license to combine them.
Correct.
And we're not hearing it because it's not heard, but we're also have on our agenda tonight an expansion onto municipal property for your outdoor space, because your original stipulations said that no outdoor use, and that's what we were also doing, but that was done administratively.
No, it wasn't. That's why I put it on the agenda.
No, but it's on the bottom
I told them she should have changed it. It says and expansion on.
Oh, sorry, it is confusing. Okay. So that being said, sorry, that was moved up from the bottom. So that is on there, that is.
Yes,
So
right.
this approval is also approving your expansion on municipal property. It's not being handled administratively. I misspoke. I apologize.
Okay.
So our vote and our discussion here will center on both the alteration to your original license and the expansion of your outdoor space on municipal property, because your original license stated no outdoor use. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to add or correct or change to anything that I just said?
No.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public here to speak to this item? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay. Anyone from the committee have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, I think Susan just had some.
I just wanted to go on record with the outdoor dining, both the municipal expansion and what will be coming up. I realize that you, as many, many other restaurants, did not realize that the stipulations did not allow the use of the outdoor dining by the city. However, I just want to say on record, it took a long time to get you into compliance, because even when the street started closing at 10, you had tables on the sidewalk next to the curb, which were never in the guidelines for anybody. So I just want to, it's a very busy street. You're a very popular restaurant. And I just want to urge you to please watch all the guidelines very carefully. We're going to be seeing new rulemaking, and please follow them. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
So just clarifying, Susan, because we have in stipulations, it will close all outdoor dining under the program. That's covering the municipal expansion, correct? We don't need a separate,
We don't.
that's covered under that statement, correct? Okay.
I would say that we approve the.
Yeah, I put that in the whereas, it's approved, but under the therefore, it's listed as.
Correct.
Okay. David?
Just define municipal expansion, because I haven't heard this phrase before.
So in the case of the open restaurants program, they are allowed to expand and to use the outdoor space, unless in this situation, their stipulations previously said they would not use outdoor space. So expansion on a municipal property is us changing their original stipulations to grant them permission to use the outdoor space under the open restaurants program. Even though they technically have it, they had stipulations that said no. So not all of our businesses have that. Some of them do, and there are a lot of others, I think, that are probably out of compliance if we were to track them down. But
We've done this before. We did it as waivers. The SLA changed it, so it's no longer a waiver now. It has to
And
be.
we use this phrase, but I'm just in my head. So is it use of the street bed that's going to be into the permanent program as well, but doesn't mean sidewalk cafe? So this is okay.
during COVID, the SLA waived this requirement, so it was essentially that now they've stopped that, so we have to actually approve it. Okay. Any other questions from the committee?
We have to decide whether to approve it.
Yes, so we don't have to approve it, we have to decide to hear it. Okay, any other questions? Okay,
What do you, excuse me?
so
What do you hear for?
hearing none, no other changes, then I guess we will move to a vote on this item. Sarah Batchu, David Crane,
Yes.
Michael Lavario, yes, Lance Meltzer, yes. So Sarah, you have been approved for both the municipal expansion and the alteration to your method of operation. The office will be sending you out the official completed stipulation forms, and you just need to have those notarized and sent back. They'll include instructions in the emails.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Okay. So that was number 2, Hanoi House. I think we are going to move back and go in order now. Those are mostly the ones that were the simplest ones. So we will be moving on to item number 3. which is Brenmick LLC, 16 First Avenue. Is the applicant here for 16 First Avenue?
See Mike Brennan, Michael.
Okay, so I'm gonna read a quick summary and then we'll give it back to the applicant for any changes. Brenmick LLC doing business, Brenmick LLC is seeking a full on-premises liquor license and the premises located at 16 First Avenue. It's an application for an establishment of 185 people, 19 tables, 58 seats with 1 bar with 21 seats, pub fare prepared in a full kitchen and prep area, serving food during all hours of operation. 20 TVs, live music, DJs, and recorded music at background levels. There are 15 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The location is currently licensed to Allen LLC, doing business as the Grayson, and there is a long history of complaints at this location. The applicant is the owner of the Harry Lemon, located at 28 Avenue B, Triona's at 237 Sullivan Street, and Triona's at 192 3rd Avenue. This location has received 175 311 complaints in the past 2 years, with 71 being non-crime corrected. The applicant has 1 SLA violation in the past 5 years for a code-related violation. There are 18 residents who live within 2 blocks of this location, including 10 who live in the same building, signed a petition in favor of the application. Okay, is there anything you would like to add, change, correct?
Sure, just maybe add a bit. Thank you, Clint. So I'm Mike Palutis. I'm here tonight with Mike Brennan and Tara Brennan. They are a husband and wife team. And as you mentioned, that they are considering taking over the space at the Grayson. The intention is to operate a bar tavern also, not the Grayson. Certainly it will undergo a name change and some rebranding. But it will serve pub fare, similar to what you see at Triona's on 3rd Avenue and Triona's on Sullivan Street. Michael's a seasoned hospitality operator who's been in the business a long time, most of his life, frankly. And the stores on 3rd Avenue and on Sullivan Street have been operated well without any SLA violations in almost 10 years. No SLA violations at all since opening, actually. So as a general matter, Michael runs the front of the house and Tara sort of manages back of house administrative functions, but they do operate the stores together. As you mentioned, Michael does have an interest in the Harry Lemon, although that is a minority non-operating interest. And so this new store, which would be owned only by Michael Brennan, would really be operated in line with what's going on at Triona's, both of those locations. Those are his stores. He's operating them, and should he proceed here, he'd operate this store the same way. There's not going to be any outdoor space. I don't know if you mentioned that. You did mention the petitions. We also submitted notices to the First Street Block Association and the Second Street Block Association, and as far as I'm aware, there were no objections voiced by either block association. So yeah, we understand that the potential seller has some unfortunate adverse history, at least in terms of 311 calls, but we have no relationship with the potential seller other than possibly buying the assets of his bar. We were introduced through a broker, and he'll have no involvement whatsoever in this establishment. So with those remarks, we're happy to answer your questions.
I will say that's good to hear that they will have no involvement, because just for example, yesterday or 2 days ago, they were again participating in SantaCon, and their stipulations prohibit that. They have done that for several years in a row, many years actually in a row, and it's just become not just SantaCon, but they've become quite a problem in that area of First Avenue. So that's refreshing to hear. And I also, it's a little bit refreshing, even though you only say you have a minority ownership in the Harry Lemon. The Harry Lemon has not been the best business in the area as well. So if you want to pass that on to your partners, that might be helpful. I do know that Triona's has been, I specifically know the one on Third Avenue. I'm not as familiar with Sullivan Street, but it is somewhat of a different business. So it would be nice if you could carry that over to the First Avenue location if this was to be approved. One other question I had for clarification on your hours. You have your hours listed as 11 a.m. It's 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. We generally say no later than that. Are you going to open by 2 every weekday afternoon?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to just make sure that you were clear on that. You can also, sometimes we love afternoon hours, so that's great. But if you're not going to be open, then you can move it later and say open no later. But 2 p.m. later, that's what you intend.
Michael, what Clint is saying is that if you stipulate to a 2 o'clock opening time, you have to open at 2 o'clock.
We will be open at 2 o'clock.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that.
Because you could say you will be open no later than, let's say, 4 p.m., and you would still be allowed to open at 2 p.m.
If you want that, Michael, now's the time to ask for it.
Yeah, no, we're comfortable with 2 p.m.
Okay, great, thank you. And the only other clarification I wanted from your application was,
oh wait, Clint, I should have noted something here for you. The diagram we submitted is accurate. However, in the questionnaire, we only listed one of the 2 bars. So if you look at the diagram, there is a second bar that is in the rear of the premises. That's an existing bar, it's already there. And we did include it in the diagram. It was inadvertently omitted from the questionnaire. So I didn't want to overlook that. Okay,
so we should. So it's you essentially have 2 bars. We should probably correct that just because we do state in the resolution the number of bars and bar seats.
It's existing. It's not new. Those are the current conditions.
So in our resolution, we stated 1 bar with 21 seats. It's actually 1 bar with 21 seats, and then how many?
And then the second bar has a total of 11 seats.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for clarifying that. So okay. And I mean, I know you probably heard our discussion earlier about TVs, but you say 20 TVs, live music, DJs, recorded music at background level. Are you still planning on, to me, in some ways, more concerning is maybe the live music and DJs as opposed to the 20 TVs. That's similar to what operates there now. I don't think we've ever had live music at that location though.
So I believe the current STIPs do allow DJ and live music. I don't know what's actually being offered there. The televisions are part of will be part of the business. I mean, it's what he's doing in Triona's. He will do the same thing here, and we don't, we're being transparent about that.
Okay.
The live music, Clint, if it's an issue, I think Michael's willing to stipulate that will only take place if it does, and it won't take place regularly. But if it does, it would only take place on Friday nights, Saturday nights, and potentially on holidays such as New Year's Eve, St. Patrick's Day, Halloween. But it's not something that they intend to offer on a regular basis. But they do want the ability to do it.
What are you thinking for the DJs? Are you thinking DJs just Fridays and Saturdays, like 3 times a week?
Yep. They can stipulate to Friday and Saturday nights on the.
So no more than 2 DJs per week.
Yep.
And then how did you said with the live music it would be live music no more than.
He can stipulate also to Friday and Saturday night only for live music. Is that right, Michael?
Yeah, that's 100% right.
Yeah.
Okay, so DJs and or live music Fridays and Saturdays.
Yep.
Correct.
And then what are you thinking in terms of the live music? Is this going to be a 2 or 3 piece acoustic band? Is this going to be a rock band or heavy metal or?
Well, I mean, honestly, we don't really intend on doing live music there. We probably would do a DJ on a Friday and a Saturday night. Live music would just be the ability for like a special occasion, like a St. Patrick's Day or a New Year's Eve, but like, we don't intend on having live music there very often.
A two-piece, probably not.
Probably two-piece band, something like that.
So would it be acoustic?
It would be, yeah. Like I said, it's not really an
Live music consisting of acoustic,
Yeah.
acoustic,
Yeah.
what do we call it? Musicians.
Two-piece acoustic is fine, Clint.
Piece acoustic is fine.
Okay. Okay, that's. And do we feel we need to say for special occasions? Do we wanna,
So we should,
we should put some kind of,
Well, wouldn't you just?
no more than, you wanna say no more than some, like 8 times a year, 10 times per year, or 6 times a year?
That's fine. 10 times is fine, Clint.
That's fine.
Yep.
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
10 times is fine. That's a little less than once a month, and
Okay,
he doesn't expect it'll happen more than that, so.
10 times per year, okay. Okay, and you will not have scheduled performances or any event in which a cover fee is charged.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you will have happy hours that will last until 8 PM every night.
Not on the weekends, just during the week.
Okay. Okay, so I think those are the things that I necessarily needed to clarify. Is there anything else that anyone else on the committee has questions about with this?
Just in terms of like the location history, I just want to make sure everyone's kind of feels good about it, because I know it's, yeah, Susan.
No, I want to speak to this.
Okay.
Yes, please, go ahead.
No, you do that
Yeah,
now?
go ahead. Susan was gonna speak a little bit to the problems that's been at this location in the past.
Okay, so I'm sorry to say this, but between 16 First Avenue and Harry Lemon, they're among the worst operated locations in the East Village. 16 First Avenue, the SLA says that for 500-foot licenses, we should look at the history of the location. I am personally aware for a minimum of 15 years, this has been a problem. When Ariel owned the business, it had more 311 complaints than any other establishment in New York City. The current operator signed very nice stipulations and completely ignored them. I was there myself Saturday and asked them to look at their stipulations, because they're not allowed to have pub crawls, they're not allowed to have lines outside, they're not allowed to have the door open with the music blasting, and they were just very dismissive to me and didn't care, but of course they're selling the business, so why would they? So I am concerned about the stipulations being kept. It is has been such needlessly a bad neighbor. For instance, in the afternoons, they will be almost empty with the door open and music blasting. I've had the commanding officer of the precinct himself go over to talk to the owner. Nothing works. Harry Lemon, I don't know if you're ever there at all. Their history is so bad that in the beginning of COVID, they were one of the partners for the open street that was such a problem that it was taken away from them, and the street was became a regular street, no longer an open street for dining. They were closed by the SLA, and just last summer, I'm around the area a lot on Saturdays. Last summer, they had TVs in the window facing out with the games.
They still do.
And on this particular occasion, the whole sidewalk was so crowded with people illegally drinking just all over the sidewalk, all over the street. I have photos with total disregard for the community. I called Community Affairs, who happened to be around, came over in 5 minutes, went and talked to I don't know if it was a manager or owner, told them to turn off the TV. They said, yes, yes, yes. Oh, I'm having technical problems, and had technical problems until the game was over. It's just egregious. It's just so in your face and egregious. So I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned with anyone who would have their name associated with Harry Lemon, who acted in this way, had the SLA close them, and had an open street taken reopened for traffic because of them and because of the history. We do stipulations because stipulations take care of the problems, but I don't know what to do when there's total disregard, even when the police try to intervene.
Can I respond, Susan? So I appreciate what you've said, and I think Michael does too, and he'll speak to it directly in a moment. I need to be delicate in how I say this, but I don't think when those requests were made during COVID that Michael Brennan was there at the Harry Lemon, and I don't believe that you had occasion to speak directly with him about what was going on there. And I'll tell you that the reason that that's the case is that Michael's a minority partner in that store. He has struggled in that relationship for some time, since COVID started and since a lot of the problems that you have just identified started. And he continues to struggle in that relationship for a lot of the same reasons. Unfortunately, though, he has two partners there who have controlling interest and are operating the business in a way that's very different than what Michael does on 3rd Avenue and very different than how he operates the store on Sullivan Street. And, I appreciate your comments, I do. And Michael can speak to it, but, he will run this store the same way he runs Triona's, both of them. And he and Tara will be there. They'll be present, hands-on operators. So I can't speak to the operator at the Grayson. I don't know. We have nothing to do with that operation. But the Harry Lemon, I can speak to that, and that's what I will say. I'll also say that with respect to SantaCon, which I understand has been a problem, it sounds like Clint mentioned at the outset, at the Grayson, we're happy, to specify, in a STIP, if you were to support a set of STIPs, that specifically that this location will not participate in SantaCon. They won't. They won't do pub crawls. They won't do SantaCon. As far as Michael's concerned, they're the same thing. We've had that conversation, and he knows that. So, Michael, if you want to speak maybe for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, just add to what Mike said. I mean, I'm not proud of what happened in the Harry Lemon, and it's kind of just out of my hands. I'm a minority owner there. The two of them make the decisions there. I intend on calling this place Triona's. I intend on running it like Triona's. I don't want to hurt the brand. I want it the same as 3rd Avenue, and Sullivan Street. So, I mean, it's not going to be anything like the Harry Lemon or the Grayson for that matter. I don't know how it's run, but it's not going to be run the same as them two.
And Susan, Glenn Gavin is not an owner of this establishment. He will not be. Their differences have led them down different paths at this point. So, Michael will own this store on his own, and he and Tara will run it.
The reason the SLA says to look at a location's history is to know whether it's it's easily problematic. And I will say it's in a very, very old building. The residents above complain because sound just travels. The people around the corner on First Street complain, and the people who live across First Avenue complain. So I just want you to be aware of that. You might want to look into soundproofing because it is a very old building. And as far as Harry Lemon, I would suggest, your reputation is online. You are a partner there. Your name is there. So whether, I'm perfectly willing to believe that you're not the person causing the problems, but you're part of that ownership. And so you are partly responsible, just like I'm responsible for whatever happens in this office, whether I do it or not.
One thing I would just like to add to what Susan said, part of the problem with Grayson, even when it's not a SantaCon situation, is that's a very narrow sidewalk there because of the bus stop. So when the Grayson has had, they're not even as organized as Lines, but they tend to have crowds there in the evening, and they have kept their windows open much later than 10 with music blaring out. That area becomes really congested and problematic just trying to walk by oftentimes. And it's busy because of the subway station there and the bus stop. So if you definitely can have, you know, your doorman or your security try to at least keep that space clear so that it's easy for people pass by, even if it does get a little crowded. That needs to be that needs to be an important thing. And also, since you are having DJs and live music, anytime there is DJs and live music, even if it's before 10 p.m., the windows do need to be closed.
It's no problem.
They'll stipulate to that, Clint. They'll stipulate to no wait lines outside.
Okay. And I don't know, did we ask if there's any members of the public here for this item? Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Do not see any. So, okay, so does anyone else on the committee have any other questions or comments? David.
How many bars are on the block already?
On the block?
Do we know?
It's in that, it's
Lots.
There's, well, actually, that's not, because the one close in the corner. So really on that side, there's only 3. There's Grayson, the French place, which I just completely forgot the name of. Lucian, and 1 and 1. And then on the other side, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, I think.
there's the new ones.
Across.
It's a
Okay,
restaurant.
well, so
another one open.
given that Grayson's for 15 years under 2 operators was either routinely or egregiously violating stipulations, including having the facade open and the fact that there are quite a lot of bars there, it's saturated.
Yeah.
Even though it's an avenue, it's, could we ask for a closed fixed facade? I mean, I know that they have these windows that can open because they're always open.
They're always open.
So if they were always closed, and if we specify things like that, that DJ would be at ambient background level. So it'd be one of those DJs who's just curating the music, because
It may be in the back of the establishment, not at the
Yeah.
front, because that makes a big difference.
okay. But if we put those kind of things in, I mean, given that the location has been a problem continuously, this would lessen, I mean, I would be thrilled to get rid of Grayson's, but you know, we can control this a little bit more, and it's not going to be, it sounds like he's going to be able to operate with these kinds of things. But I would like to see then closed fixed facade, some restriction on the volume of the DJ, maybe you spilled it out already. Having a DJ at the back, I think that'd be helpful. And it's because it's a problem location right now. And so this is the kind of thing that we can get from the SLA, I believe. So we'd like you to agree to that.
Did you hear that? Would you agree?
Let me make sure I understand, Clint, real quick, and then I might need to talk to Michael very briefly. So,
Yeah.
The facade that's there, right? I believe it has Michael, Brennan, correct me if I'm wrong, it has windows that open?
It does.
It does. So what you're asking is that those windows not be opened at any time. Is that right?
Right.
Yes. Now, go ahead. I'll let you finish that.
And then the other part of what I think the ask is that there be an agreement that the DJ be kept at a background level as opposed to an entertainment level. Is that
You did check off in your application. You did have ambient music only, but you did have DJs and live music. So I'm not sure if that's what you were intending, was DJs at still an ambient, not entertainment level. But you did have that checked off on your application.
right? I mean, Michael, do you understand the two?
I do, yeah. I mean, would we be able to leave the doors open during the day? I mean, if we were to shut them at
Windows.
7 o'clock in the evening.
I mean, David's asking to be closed 100% of the
But
time.
is it the window or the door?
Well, close the
They're French doors.
And the door open, but the,
when the door propped open.
When there's no music.
Yeah, when there's no live music happening.
No,
And
when
when
there's no
it's-
music, period.
The music period, almost all places are gonna have some music.
We do that for everyone, no amplified sound.
So, yes, so Michael, I think what the ask is that when there's live music or when there's a DJ, that the facade be completely locked up.
Yeah, we
Well,
completely agree with that.
We like it all the time. I mean, we'd like to keep the noise from coming out at all. I mean, I realize it can attract people in, and that is why area limit will blast the music even if I'm not here limit. Well, it does it as well. Grayson will do it full blast when no one's in there because that's how they're gonna attract the party. Anyway, we just don't want that at all. And so I would like, yeah, the door closed as well when it's not being used. Closed, fixed facade, keep the sound inside. You know, it's that possible.
What about if we agreed to close them at like 7 o'clock in the evening? It's more for just during the day that people might get to look out the window when the weather is nice. The music would be at background level during the day anyway. That's kind of why we want it for the daytime.
Our standard language is closing at 10 every night or when amplified sound is playing. So even if you have amplified sound during the day, you're supposed to have your doors and windows closed.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have amplified sound there during the day. And anytime there would be amplified sound, of course, the doors would be closed. Like, it's just for during the day when it's background ambient sound, it would be nice to have the doors opened.
So what kind of music, if it's not live music and it's not amplified sound, what kind of music is it?
Just like
Streaming.
Background
music, regular.
But it's,
Background.
Well, it's amplified, but it's not amplified much. I mean,
but
it's
our
amplified.
language, but
Not like
that's
a
our
PA.
language in our stipulation says that.
It always, that's what,
When there's any.
when there's any
So
art,
that's
that's what,
what we've been
So-
doing for many years.
So does it mean that you can't have any music then?
any amplified, I mean,
If you have
technically,
windows
any,
open.
because even if it's not loud music, if it's summer and it's during the afternoon and someone is trying to work in their apartment above with their windows open because they don't have air conditioning, and that music is playing constantly all day, even if it's not loud to hear down the street, it does bother the people that live above that building. So that's why we do say anytime any amplified music is playing.
And then you have every bar in the street with their windows open with the music. So that's been our standard stipulations for many, many years.
All right, we leave the windows closed all the time.
And the door will close at 10 and when there's amplified sound.
So then we're gonna change it from I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10, or when amplified sound is playing, to, we're gonna change that to, I will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors and windows, except my entrance door, which will close by 10 PM or when amplified sound is playing. Okay. So I think
That does leave that it will be, even the door will be closed when there's any music coming through speakers.
okay. So I think that took care of all your concerns, David, correct?
Yeah, and we should add a whereas here about the existing, just one, which I was jotting notes when Susan spoke. Whereas the current business at the location has been a serious problem for at least 15 years. Under
Last two businesses we asked.
Well, I have,
under two, oh, was a different name.
Yeah, it used to be Ariel's business, and she sold it to
Oh, that's right,
Grayson's.
let's go. Okay, so the previous two businesses at the location have been a serious problems for at least 15 years. The current business egregiously violates their STIPs.
You want to know specifically?
Yeah, we should.
Of having loud music with open windows and open doors and wait lines and pub crawl.
participating in pub crawl.
Wait lines, open windows and doors with loud music consistently in pub crawls.
So that's what I jotted down.
So
Also, the building is a very old tenant, but.
What I added in,
relevant.
I had jotted down something similar that I was just saying, and I'll fix this up in the end, but whereas they've had basically a bad history with the last two owners, but I'm saying, but we are approving based on the current applicant's experience at his other two locations, which have not been problems.
I should name which one.
Trio is on 3rd Avenue, and yes, I said the two locations on 3rd Avenue and Sullivan Street.
So they don't mix it up with the one.
So basically, that's why I'm saying, even though this has been a bad location, we're approving you because you do have a proven track record at those two locations that you have operated, and they have not been problems.
Where he's like the principal. owner,
Yes,
maybe.
on 3rd Avenue and
Added,
Trionis,
so.
yeah. And the only other thing I think that David did mention, because I think Grayson has done this at some time, because I walked by once, they had a DJ in their very front section, like that little alcove. David mentioned if you were having live music and DJs, you would have them probably toward the back of the space, correct? Not in the front window. Even with the windows closed, it was still blaring out, but.
That's fine.
Okay. So I think we're all fine with everything else, correct?
You added that into it?
Yeah.
Great.
It actually doesn't.
It does, because just,
Thank you.
I'm excited,
yeah.
because I don't like the Grayson either.
It's good.
Okay. So the one thing, we pull up the stipulation form and we'll go through that with them, because
It was really awful the other night, though.
okay, so we're gonna pull up the stipulation form just to read through this. So Michael Brennan is qualified Representative Mike Brennan LLC at 16 First Avenue. The license type is a full will operate a bar tavern with, and I think your kitchen, you have kitchen open and serving food all hours, right? But it's less than a full service.
Yep.
So it's less than a full six. Yeah, that's what you had checked off here on the other. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's not.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. You did have kitchen open and serving food during all hours, so you do have a full.
There is a full kitchen there, but that's the right box to have checked.
And the hours are 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Saturday. But we're missing, wait, so Sunday, yeah, you had Sunday blank. You're still open on Sunday, correct?
Yeah.
Sunday was.
Yep. Michael, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sunday, you'll be closing 4 a.m. on Monday
I mean,
morning.
I don't mind closing Sunday at
But they're open all day. right?
2 o'clock or
You can put 2 o'clock down on Sunday.
On the hours on Grayson.
Yeah, 4 a.m. always, yeah.
I don't think it was 4 a.m. all day.
Susan Grayson was 4 a.m. all days, wasn't
I
it?
think there was two, I
There's
think there were two,
It was.
There was, that's what,
Okay.
So do you want 4 a.m. or 2 a.m. on Sundays?
I think, well,
I mean, we don't normally do 4 a.m. on Sundays, but you're open the rest of the week at 4 a.m. I don't,
yeah, it's fine.
It's
No
It's a
difference.
4 a.m.
it's not making any difference at this point.
not, so just put 4 a.m.
Yeah. So we're gonna do 2 p.m. to 4 a.m. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Saturday and Sunday. You can, I mean, so as we discussed earlier, you can close earlier in the night.
Yeah.
You just can't close later. So. And then you will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants. You will employ a doorman security personnel. And then we did change that to, you will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows, except your entrance door, which will close by 10. You will have DJs. You will have DJs and live music. Well, you will not have third-party promoted events. Any event which a cover fee is charged for scheduled performances. Not more than 2 DJs per, and that says week, but it filled in a little drop-down menu. And then the live music will only be on Fridays and Saturdays. The music consisting of acoustic instruments only. Live music to occur a maximum of 10 times per year.
DJs at background level.
And
Whichever word.
yeah, and then you do want to add in there, DJs will be at background level. And then you had checked off, I will play on background recorded music only. Will not apply for an alteration without coming before CB3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. You will have a happy hour that will end by 8 p.m. Will not have a wait line. Will have a staff person responsible for no loitering or crowds. Residents may contact the manager at the number below. Does that look good?
2 things. And number 3,
Yep.
can you finish the hours off for Sunday? And then in number 5.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Saturday.
Okay. And then in number 5,
Yep.
he's only going to have security there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. So if we can just limit it to those 3 evenings.
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Michael?
the DJs at background level, I'm just a little worried about that, because if they are there on a Friday and Saturday night, they may be louder than background level on them 2 nights. I don't want.
I think what we discussed and what we did put in here, if you're agreeing to put the DJs in the back.
At the back of the bar,
Which they will do.
close to the windows of the door.
So maybe I'm comfortable taking out the background. DJs will be at background level. If you're agreeing to have DJs and live music will be at the back.
That's fine.
Okay.
Clint, it goes right, it's a very old building, and the residents are compliant.
We did get support from everybody in the building. We have signed petitions from everyone in 16.
Ellen Crane signed your petition?
Well, I thought we had everybody.
We thought
We have a lot of signatures from 16.
That's different than, say, it depends on where they They are, so there is one man and one woman who used to suffer from it. And it also makes a difference on who's home and who goes out and parties. So I'm just saying, you know, people who live above shouldn't have to have the bar music in their apartment.
I don't think Ellen's, I don't see Ellen's on here, I'm just looking.
Yeah,
Now,
I would be very surprised, because these are the people that have called the number, you know, 311 all the time. So it's, you know, if you want loud music, you don't go to an old Lower East Side tenement.
Is there, Ellen Crane is not with us anymore? She passed away?
Did she? Is that what they
Someone
said?
just said in the chat, someone
Oh.
just said Ellen Crane passed away.
That's why she.
I can, if you want to, if you know her address, we can look at the
So,
petition.
but,
16 First Avenue.
No, but no, sorry,
So would you,
Okay,
Okay.
it's still, the music is very loud, it's a very old tenement. You don't have very loud music and it's very old tenement.
are you willing to, I'm assuming there is some soundproofing there. Are you willing to add any additional soundproofing if
There is,
necessary?
there is some soundproofing there, and we are willing to add some. I mean, we want to work with you, but I don't want to sit here and say that we're not going to have loud music and then there'll be loud music, you know what I mean, like?
But there is work to be done.
Yeah.
So
There's gonna be
there's a
some
section
level.
in the stipulation that I will install soundproofing. Can you say that you will install soundproofing and work with the
Sound engineer.
residents in the building to assure there's no sound intrusion into apartments?
Yeah, I will do that.
So there's no sound audible.
No sound audible in their apartments?
Yeah, I'll work with them on that.
Okay, so we're gonna check off, as you see on the stipulations, we're gonna say, I will install soundproofing in order to assure, and I think our language, I can look at one of our previous stipulations, but in order to assure that sound is not audible in the residential apartments. We should say any residential parts for that matter.
Well, we have a Santa Claus, which is not this, that we use. So
Well, it's in this one of the whereases, yeah.
Is it in the whereases?
Not in this resolution at the moment, but I will add it in. I will pull it from one of the old ones and add it in. But it's basically that. Okay, so I think we are fine with everything. Michael, are you okay with those?
Yep.
Yeah. That being said, and there was no public here, we will, unless any other comments from committee? Okay. We will move.
I've got 14 on the calendar too, if you're able.
Yes, I had that note that I was gonna do that one next.
Thank you kindly.
So that being said, we will move to a vote on, do we need to read through it again? As we made changes, is everyone clear?
No.
Okay. Okay. That being okay, so we will move to a vote on item number 3, red mark one at 16 First Avenue. Sarah Batchu,
Yes.
David Crane.
Yep.
Michael Lavario. Yes. Clint Smeltzer, yes. Okay, thank you, Michael and Michael. The office will be sending out the stipulation form in the next day or so. Please sign that and get that back to the office.
We appreciate you guys working with us.
Yes, thank you for being flexible and working with us.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Very good luck to you.
Bye now. Thank you.
Okay, we are gonna skip ahead to do number 14, which is the spaghetti incident at 231 Eldridge Street.
It's Mr. Palutis,
Yes.
Yep, you've got Giovanni Gentile waiting, so he's gonna raise his hand so you can promote.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Giovanni and Michael. I am going to give a brief summary of the application, then we'll give you an opportunity to respond. We'll move to the public and then back to the committee. So this is Mamma Mia Corporation is doing business as the Spaghetti Incident, is seeking an upgrade to a full on-premises license and the premises located at 231 Eldridge Street. This is an application for an establishment of up to 40 people with 8 tables and 33 seats, including an indoor food counter, an outdoor space with 5 tables and 10 seats, full kitchen serving Italian food during all hours of operation, no TVs, ambient background music. There are 4 on-premises liquor licenses within 500 feet. The applicant has operated this establishment at this location since April 2015, during which time it did have a beer and wine license and has not had any 311 complaints during that time. There were 3 letters of support from residents who live on the block and 1 letter of support from a bar owner on the block. 18 residents who live within 2 blocks signed a petition in favor of the application. And they are proposing, I think they're keeping their current hours, which were 11 a.m. all days, opening 11 a.m. all days and closing by 12 a.m. Sundays through Thursdays and 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays. Michael or Giovanni, is there anything else you would like to add or clarify with what I've said?
Yeah, just quickly, Clint, they're actually stipulating to a reduction in I think, to a reduction in their previously stipulated hours, which is, I suppose, a benefit to you folks. I think they had a 2 a.m. license on Friday and Saturday nights, and they're
2 a.m. previously Friday, so they're asking for 1 a.m. now, but they were 2 a.m. previously?
so they're willing, they're conceding that. That's a give. As you said, there've been no SLA violations. There'll be no live music, no dancing, no karaoke. It's an Italian restaurant, which I think everyone probably knows fairly well at this point. He did do a great deal of outreach, and based on the petitions and the letters of support, certainly seems like a lot of the residents in close proximity to him are supportive of the class change. So we're happy to answer questions.
The one question I had, you had checked off both boxes for I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows at 10, and that I will have a closed fixed facade and open doors. Both boxes were checked off. Which one are you intending? I was trying to think, and I've been there. I was trying to remember.
Giovanni,
Do the windows?
Does the facade open?
No, there are windows that can be opened, but not even fully open. Like there are still frames in between.
So, do you want? Because I do not them either all the time, but I don't recall ever seeing them open. Do you want to stipulate that you will have a closed fixed facade, or do you want that your front and rear doors will open until 10?
Yeah, the latter, Clint.
Okay, so we're going to uncheck the closed fixed facade.
Okay.
And you will close any front rear doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when any amplified sound is playing.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And I think that was the only, let me just glance quickly. I think that was the only other thing that I questioned from your application. Oh, the only other, you checked off I will not have wait lines, but you did not check you will have a staff person to ensure there's no loitering crowds or noise. Was that intentional, or was that just an oversight?
It's really a small restaurant, but if it's something that you're concerned about, Giovanni, what they're asking is whether you'll agree to dedicate a staff member to make sure that nobody congregates outside. Are you willing to?
Oh yeah, but usually it's me, and I've been this job greatly for all the time I've been open.
We can stipulate to that, Clint.
Yeah. We'll check. I mean, that's more of sometimes a technicality. You don't have to hire someone and have a specific doorman for that. That just means you're going to have people to watch to make sure that there's not any loud crowds outside.
You can agree to that. You can agree.
Okay. Okay, so those were the 2 things I had noted from your application. So otherwise, I think everything else sounds good to you. Are there any members of the public here to speak to this item? 231 Eldridge Street. Please raise your Zoom hand if you are. Okay, seeing none. Anyone from the committee have any questions on this item? David, Sarah, Michael?
No, but it's highly unusual that there's no public speaking 5 applications in a row. Are we certain we're not missing something?
No, go to attendees. I mean,
And they changed it so we don't summarize at the top.
Is Laura or somebody? No, Laura had a
No hands up.
But I mean,
I wouldn't expect it on this
they
one.
raise their hands when the applicants are here, we promote them, so it's working.
Yeah.
Oh, you see it, okay, so
Yeah,
I just, they change these things all the time, just wanna make sure that.
I think we're gonna have more people
Considerable.
speak for our,
One of the later items.
yeah.
Okay, but yeah, it is a little odd that no one's speaking, but we'll take what we can get. Okay, so I guess hearing nothing from the committee, and I think everything's okay with them, we will go ahead and move to the resolution and stipulations. So we'll go ahead and put that up on the screen and read through that. So it's Giovanni, is it Gentile?
Yeah.
Gentile is a qualified representative of the spaghetti incident located at 231 Eldridge Street. Will operate a full OP license with a full-service Italian restaurant, kitchen open and serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. I will close all outdoor dining allowed under the temporary open restaurants program and any other outdoor use by 10 p.m. I will close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. every night or when amplified sound is playing. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event in which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded background music only, not apply for an alteration of the method of operation without coming to CV3. Will not participate in public health or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials including boozy brunches, will not have happy hours, drink specials. I will have wait lines, will not have wait lines outside and will have a staff person responsible for ensuring noise or crowds or no loitering. Will conspicuously post a stipulation and residents may contact the manager at the number below. Does that look good to both of you?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
So that 11 a.m. time must open before 11 a.m. You could say a little later in the day and you would still be able to open at 11 a.m. I'm really bitching this because it's so nice on the rest of it.
Giovanni, what David's saying is that if you say 11, you must open at 11. And
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm currently opening at 5 p.m. so it works great for me. Yeah.
Well, no, so.
Backward. You want to explain how I thought you understand?
Now, what I want to say, let me explain. Sorry. After the pandemic, now I'm operating only dinner time. And if I do lunch, I open at 12 and I do only certain time of the year and only Saturday and Sunday. So, yeah, I mean, the 11 a.m.
So what is your latest opening hour currently? That's the time you should put here.
Yeah.
The latest current opening hour is 12 when we do Saturday and Sunday on certain time of the year.
Giovanni, no,
We said 5 p.m.
Giovanni, are there days that you don't open until 5 p.m.?
There are days that I don't open until 5 p.m.
Okay. Are there any days that you don't open, that you open sometime after 5 p.m.?
No.
Okay, can we put 5 p.m. down, please?
Yes, so 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. So do you want even on the weekend? I mean, that's fine. So 5 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. And then,
if possible, I will keep 12 p.m. Saturday and Sunday.
so 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and then still 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, and then you have.
You can always open earlier, Giovanni. You can open earlier.
Ah, okay. So let's do 5 p.m. then. Yes.
Perfect. Now we're clear on that. Okay. Everything else look good. So I guess we will move to a vote with the committee. Sarah Bachu?
Yes.
David Crane?
Yes.
Michael Lavario? Yes. Clint Smeltzer, yes. Okay, thank you both. Thank you for reducing your hours to 1 a.m. That's very rare that we actually hear that, so that's appreciated. The office, Michael, you know the process. The office will be sending you out the stipulations with the instructions.
Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's check that. So going back to number 4. 3 times 90 to 96 Clinton Street. Will the applicants please raise your hand if you're here for 3 times 90 to 96 Clinton Street? Is anyone here for 3 times 90 to 96 Clinton? Please raise your Zoom hand. Click over to the attendees for a second.
Yeah, there's,
Last name was Lau.
Oh, no, sorry, it has to be done on the other screen. But let me just look on yours.
yeah.
Name's Liao.
Yeah,
Or
I
Young.
remember the names. I don't. Unless they're.
Well, no.
Okay, so for the moment, we'll come back to that one before we close, just to see if they've arrived, but it seems like there is no one here for that item at the moment. So I'm gonna go back. Okay, moving on to AYS Libations, 122 St. Mark's Place. Will the applicant for, oh wait, yeah, oh, are they the new ones?
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Cool.
Good evening.
Okay, so I see they're here, the applicant and his representative from 122 St. Mark's is here. I'm going to go ahead and read a brief summary as soon as I get it open, and we will. Okay. So this is AYS Libations LLC is seeking a full on-premises license for the premises located at 122 St. Mark's Place. It's an application for a bar tavern with 74 people, 12 tables and 24 seats, one L-shaped bar with 9 stools, less than a full-service kitchen serving food during all hours of operation, with background music only. There are 45 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location is currently a grocery store market. The applicant has held 2 licenses, both in Community Ward 3, Table Tomo at 131 Avenue A since 2018, and 120 St. Mark's Place since June of 2023. There were 113 commercial 311 complaints at 131 Avenue A, with 31 requiring police action since 2021. 63 residents who live within 2 blocks of this location signed a petition in favor, and they're requesting hours of 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Was that? But okay, while I look that up, I will hand it over to the applicants. Please, if you can add anything that I missed or any changes or corrections.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Tomo, the owner, after hearing from a lot of his customers requesting cocktails, as you said, he only has wine and beer licenses. He decided to open a place near his other 2 locations. Although it is a tavern, our hours will be 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. We will have food, but our menu would not qualify as a restaurant. We're not going to propose that it's a restaurant either. It's going to be a tavern. The closing hours from Sunday to Thursday are the same hours as the applicant's other 2 restaurants. The closing hours are much earlier than most, if not all, of the taverns around us. The reason we're asking for 2 a.m. on Friday and Saturday is because people do stay out later. Tomo was looking to open a small, quiet place where his dinner clients can go after a meal and have a cocktail in a quiet, welcoming environment. But we would also welcome anyone looking for the same experience. It's not a late night bar where people are coming to get intoxicated or to dance, scream, party. The last thing we want to do is to ruin our reputation, especially with our place next door. We do not have any plans for outdoor seating at this time, but would come back if we did. We want to open a place where you can have a drink with a date or friends and hear each other talk in a quiet, safe atmosphere and have a bite to eat. They did get 2 COVID-related violations, one for an employee not covering his nose with a mask, and the other for someone drinking outside within 100 feet of his premise. That person drinking was not his customers. His customers during COVID mainly came to pick up food and leave. We've submitted 8 signatures from our building. 11 from next door, 15 from across the street, 12 from the block. I did email the Avenue A, the Avenue B 8-9 Block Association, a copy of the questionnaire and contact information, but we did not hear back. Judging from the signatures, the applicant did talk to most of the people in his building, got signatures from them, and they seem to be comfortable with what he's opening there. So if there's any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and move. We'll see if there's someone here from the public to speak to this item. Are there any members of the public here who would like to speak? Please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, we see Laura.
Hi, so if I have this correct, this is for the former Holy Land Marketplace location, which was it was a deli and they did sell beer, but it's a previously unlicensed location. As far as we're concerned, that block is extremely saturated. It has, as you know, I think as per your application, 18 full liquor licenses on the block. There's a lot of bars, there's a lot of nightlife activity. I appreciate that this is, you know, it sounds like a quiet operation, but there is a concern that, you know, the 500-foot rule is the 500-foot rule, and if there ever were a saturated block, this is it in the East Village. So we really cannot support a new full liquor license here. It's the operation is a bar. We, you know, again, don't need another bar. We've heard from 2 residents at 118, who I imagine you did not speak to, but they feel that there are just far too many liquor licenses already, far too much liquor flowing on the block as it is. And they were not in support of this. So, I mean, pretty much to me, it's a new license in a previously unlicensed location in a highly saturated block, and we would really appreciate the community board's support to not add any more to the atmosphere that already exists on the block. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Is there anyone else from the public here who would like to speak?
Can I ask Laura a question?
Oh, yeah, Laura, hold on. Oh, we have a question. I think Susan has a question for you, Laura.
Yeah, Laura, for the residents you mentioned, they didn't appear and they didn't write a letter or email to the community board. So they're not officially actually protesting to us. Do you know why they didn't do that?
You know, one of them is spending a lot of time in California with their elderly father, and the other one rarely communicates with the community board. It's very frustrating, but you know, these are people that we worked with. They're in the former St. Dymphna's building. They're primarily have been bothered by outdoor noise, but they do just really wish that we would pay attention to the 500-foot rule and not, you know, have every storefront on that block be another bar or restaurant.
I understand, and I know you're frustrated by this also, but they need to speak for themselves, even if it's an email from California.
Yeah.
I know you try.
Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, I guess we will move to the committee. I will go ahead and start. So I was a little bit surprised at the number of 311 complaints and the number of non-crime corrected complaints that are at 131. Can you speak to that at all? Have you received a lot of, and basically for your education, when it's non-crime corrected, that doesn't just mean that someone called 311. That means they called 311, the police showed up, and there was an actual problem that they actually did address. Doesn't mean you were cited, doesn't mean there was anything, but it does mean the police showed up and took action to correct the situation. Can you speak to that at all? Because 31 for something that is basically, I know you've pretty much been a restaurant, that that seems a lot to me.
Mia?
I can attempt to address the question. So to be honest, I am not aware of all the complaints that you are speaking of. We as a company, as a hospitality company, pride ourselves as bringing new experiences to New York City. So as an example of that, we were the first New York City restaurant to present Skimmin, which is a dipping ramen restaurant in New York City. Our Office of Mr. Moto, which is located on 120 St. Mark's, was meant to be a history of Japan combined with the history of New York City experience, where we try to take that one extra step where we're not just a presentation of food, but we do delve into the history. I'm a history buff myself, and try to make something experiential. We intend to replicate something like that, where we're going to open up a cocktail bar that delves into the history of New York City for this specific location. Our property on 120 St. Mark's is called the Office of Mr. Moto. We're going to open something called the Residence of Mr. Moto. Unfortunately, I don't have a direct response to you. What I would say is that across all the managers in this room, we pride ourselves on the quality and the service. If you look at our reviews across Yelp, Google, I think everyone will tell you that our food is exceptional and our experience is pretty good as well, or at least we try to be. Our latest restaurant was on the Michelin Guide, or if that's worth anything to the people in this room. So, while that's not necessarily an indication of quality, hopefully it's at least correlated to such. We are members of the community. All of our concepts are in East Village. We did go through the time in COVID. So, there may have been complaints at that time where we tried to be a little bit more vocal about keeping our business.
December of 2021, they were in the last 2 years.
Yeah, so.
But you're next to Starbucks, they're closed in the evening. The space on the other side of you is vacant. So it just seemed, I was trying to come up with some reason why you would have so many, because it did seem odd to me knowing your location. I just didn't know if you had an answer to that, but it appears you don't. So I guess that's okay. I just wanted to know if you had an explanation.
Well, I'm curious if one of you is the manager at the location, or you have a higher manager. One way or the other, you ought to know about 31 police visits over a 2-year period.
Yeah, so Tomo, who's on the call with us, is there day to day. Tomo, maybe you can talk to some of the instances.
That's right. Hi, my name is Tomo. I'm the management of the 131 Avenue 8 location, and also I'm a chef. Should I explain about the situation the police came and the situation for the violation that you asked me?
Please. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Actually, again, I most time I'm working at the kitchen side and I'm making a tsukemen, which means our signature, and also a ramen. It's a Japanese culture. And suddenly, a police officer came into our restaurant, and they said, hey, this is non-gathering, and you shouldn't do it. And I was a little bit surprised because I focused on making a good quality food, and also serving to customer a good quality service. Then I set up the front side manager, but he's also he was also busy, and we didn't realize it. And what some of them it's not our customer, but we are really focused to the good quality customer service and good quality food. And I take care of the police officer, and I'm listening to him, and he's you shouldn't do it. And after that, I got a letter. And to be honest, I'm an immigrant from Japan, and English is not my own language, so I have to use in a translate, or sometimes I use in a Google Translate or a dictionary, something like that. So I.
Can I ask an example of you said 2 different times that they asked you not to do something. What was the nature of the problem?
One is some of my employee didn't wear the mask. That's the first one. And basically, I forced to the all employee, like wear the mask in the kitchen side and front side. But sometimes like a mask getting dirty because of the wetting inside.
This is not.
This is not those complaints. These are noise or crowds.
Complaints.
Has a police officer ever come in and spoke to you about noise outside or crowds outside?
Never.
Is this a shared location perhaps? Is there another storefront of the same address?
I'm trying to check now.
They're empty on both sides.
Starbucks and vacant next door.
So,
Yeah, there are a couple of locations that share the same address. So I suspect that might be the reason why, is because when someone complains, it's hard to attribute which location exactly it is. And when thinking,
they're all in the evening when, like, the ones that I looked, and I can bring up the times, but they were mostly in the evening when Starbucks, because that Starbucks actually closes early. So it wasn't, I don't think it would have been noise complaints for Starbucks. The space next to you is vacant. And then it was, I think the next one up is in the next building, but.
Hours of operation, we usually have our last call around 10 p.m. as well. So I'm not sure if that's any mitigant to your concern. We do have a bar next to us. I'm not sure if some of those people walk over, and you guys know this just as well as I do. There's quite a lot of foot traffic in front of our restaurant at that block. So we don't serve alcohol on the streets, but we do find that block is extremely busy, especially on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays.
Yeah, but listen, a noise complaint with a police non-crime corrected action means it was persistent noise. There was a time period between when the 311 call happened and when the police showed up. The noise was continuous, and the police said, "Cut it out." That's what those generally are, and I'm not hearing.
Yeah, understood. What I can do is we can follow up with our manager. I personally have never heard of this, and Tomo, who's there every day, has not heard of this incident. So we're learning about this in this committee meeting as well. So we'll have to chase this down.
So I will say a lot of these are after midnight, and I do know that you close by then, correct? I should have checked this earlier, I guess, before I brought this up, but
yes, we do close before midnight.
Okay.
So you may be right that a lot of these might be attributed to your location, but you're not open at that point, so that might explain it.
Roving VW.
Bands.
Roving pickup trucks with a DJ on it.
So anyway, thank you for at least attempting to address that.
it's not commercial.
That would be commercial.
But I mean, they are
Anyway, it's
commercial, but.
So Clay, this is a location, there are a lot of bars at this location, and the street is generally a problem. And they do the open restaurants, which contributes to it. They have said the 12 a.m. closing week long.
For the 122?
Yeah, for 122.
No, 122 is, they're proposing, 12, no, they're 2 on Friday and Saturday, 12 during the week and 2 on Friday and Saturday.
2 a.m.
So here's what I'm gonna, David, do you wanna go ahead?
Yeah.
So what I was gonna point out is, I generally didn't think that your space on Avenue 8 is a problem. That's why I was questioning 301 complaints. That part I don't have an issue with your past experience, but in this case, and I've said this many times to other applicants, it's the location. This is an unlicensed location that's currently a grocery store on St. Mark's, and that block of St. Mark's is extremely saturated with bars and restaurants, and this is taking away another one of the few businesses on that block that would then add another liquor license, and it just, having a block that's entirely a stretch of bars and restaurants, that takes away any services for the residents. And there are, even though it is a highly commercial bar and restaurant, it's also a highly residential block above those bars and restaurants. So in this case, I'm going to say that it's not necessarily a reflection on you as an applicant. This is primarily for me a reflection of the space, and it's an unlicensed location. It's adding another liquor license to that block, and I just think that's really pushing the limits of what that block can handle, both traffic, noise-wise, but it's also taking away services that the residents on that block could use, such as the grocery store and the market. So my biggest concern, and it's nothing that I'm not expecting an answer from you. It's just that this is an unlicensed location and we would be adding another full license to this location, to this block. So that's, from my standpoint to the committee, that's my feeling on this, is that, and I don't see any public, I mean, there's 45 bars and restaurants, or 45 full OPs and within 500 feet. And, you know, the SLA does have the public benefit clause. I do not see any public benefit to adding any bar to this location, whether it's this applicant, whether it's an applicant that has 7 locations in our community board that are perfect operators. I just don't see that there's any public benefit to this space.
If I may just make a few comments, and Michael, please let me know if you have anything to add.
I do.
I'm going to reach into a little bit of our efforts to bring New York City history to the attention of the customer base of New York. So I talked to you about the experiential aspect of our concept, which again, we made it to the Michelin Guide for whatever that's worth. For our new concept at the residence of Mr. Moto, we want to bring forth the history of New York City, where back 100 years ago, people in the post office used pneumatic pipes to send mails for you to your, whoever the recipient is. Our entire restaurant and bar will be themed history of New York, and we have the purpose of educating consumers about, where New York City was in the 19th century. Very similar to how we used the office of Mr. Moto, the neighbor, to educate consumers about the history of Japan and the modernization of Japan. So when people come to us, they do get a whole history lesson about interesting anecdotes, chapters of New York City. It's not just meant to be an area where you grab a drink. It's meant to capture little, windows into history for the consumer to enjoy. I've known the landlord at this property for quite some time, and Holy Land Market was the prior tenant. What I would tell you is that they've had a very hard time finding a tenant that would succeed in that location. And, if I can bring the landlord to this meeting, he has been a huge advocate for us to take that space, as well as the space on the other side of Beulah, 126 St. Mark's. We preferred 122 St. Mark's because it was located right next to our other concept. But from a commercial aspect, both of those locations have been vacant for quite some time. And this is our effort to work with him and partner with him because we think that he's a really good landlord in New York City that we want to partner with too. Michael, I don't know if you have anything to add.
All right, yeah. So we know the block is definitely saturated. The reason they took it is because it was available. It was available for a long time. It's also going to serve the needs of their customers who've been asking for cocktails. We didn't get a full liquor license in the other 2 locations. This is why we kept our closing hours at midnight during the week, and we'd be willing to close midnight 7 days a week. We don't want to add to a bar scene. We want to be a place where our customers can go get a cocktail. These are our customers that are asking us, or any other people in the neighborhood who don't want to go into a bar that's loud. This is going to be a small sit-down place. There is plenty of food available. It just doesn't qualify as a restaurant. We're not going to be another bar that's adding to the bar scene on the block. They're closing at 4 a.m. People are going there to drink. People are going to come to our place on a date, have a cocktail, maybe 2, go home. That's why we kept our closing hours at 12, and we're willing to close at 12, 7 days a week, just to show you we're not a bar. Don't want to be a bar, don't want to add to the bar scene. We did get a lot of signatures in our building, next door, and on the block. There are people on the block, the residents that are supporting this because they're seeing what they're opening up there, and they're looking at a place where maybe I want to go out to drink at night. Maybe I don't want to go into one of the loud bars. I can go into a nice, quiet place on my block or in my building. Thank you.
One point I will also add is a fact, going back to what Mir said about the experience. We're very thoughtful in terms of our food and drink menu because, again, our differentiation is in addition to teaching the history, we want to showcase it through our drinks. Therefore, when you look at the cocktail menu, I will argue that it's not drinks you can easily find elsewhere on the block.
Yes, we are working with people that open James Beard Award restaurants and, highly accomplished bartenders who have made Tomo and I were in Chicago just last week meeting with staff at the Aviary, which is one of the most reputable cocktail bars, in Chicago, and have opened in New York City as well. We truly intend this to be an experiential, time for people. No one's going to be standing. Everyone's going to be sitting down. It's almost like a tasting menu, if you will. It's unfortunate it's labeled as a bar because I think of it as an experience and almost like a restaurant, but the items that they are consuming are alcoholic beverages.
Okay. I mean, I think we all get the concept, and I think you have a great concept. For me, and I'm speaking for myself, I'm not sure about the rest of the committee. For me, it's just location. I could completely support this in another location and a licensed location, and even I would consider possibly another unlicensed location in another area of the neighborhood. But this is a block that I can't support it. I'm sorry. David?
So if we send up a denial because of saturation, Community Board 3 says we deny it, what do you believe the SLA is likely to do? Either of you.
Well, we would have to go up. They're dying, they look like they're dying.
Oh.
I'll try, but I think they're both dying.
You stand at the table.
I think it would mean that we would have to go up
Yeah.
and explain, and we have discussed with the chair that we need basic stipulations, when we do deny. I would like to also add that people not aware of this, but you should be, David, that there is a lot of crime on this block because of all the people, because it is so densely populated, which is why in the Transportation Committee, we got all the evidence from the police who had asked to have the closing time for the outdoor streets changed from 12 to 11, and then we further had it changed from 11 to 10 because of all the increased crime at those hours from the people coming to the block.
Right. So specifically, what was happening was there was a much elevated problem with pickpocketing and things of that nature, and there were some drunken attacks on people, a number of them. So like alarming number. And so that's why the police said we want to stop the open streets program earlier, which they did. Anyway, I also do not think I do not see a public benefit. I do know that if CB3 sends up a deny unless agreed to stipulations, the SLA basically ticks off there is a public benefit because the community board approved of it. So there's no second shot at saying there's no public benefit here. It's here. SLA is punted on that. So I also I mean, it doesn't sound like it would be a problem, but it'd be adding another, even if you were closing at midnight, it still would be adding another liquor establishment on a very saturated block. And so I would also not want us to do that. I want us to deny it, right?
It's a shame we lost it. It was an Israeli import.
Yeah, I remember this as well.
It's a shame that we lost it.
So it sounds like, I mean, we can kind of take a straw poll. It sounds like David and I are kind of on the side that we can't support it. Sarah, Michael, do you have thoughts?
It's a tough block because it's not even like that part of St. Mark's where it's just all restaurants and bars, but it's like got a decent amount. Oh gosh.
Well, I'm sorry.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, it's more of a restaurant block, but it's a block that people, because of the Open Streets program, people do walk through a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm thinking through it because I definitely think what you're offering, like the concept to me does seem very different from what's there and different from a lot of what East Village has, but it's, it gets a little bit crazy on the weekends. I don't know, what are you thinking, Michael?
I don't know, it does get crazy, but I'm more in favor of granting license, however, you know, given their track record and, you know, as a history of good operators, or, you know, but it is an important consideration, you know, for saturation, so, I'm a little.
If they were taking like Grayson's location, so there was an existing license and it was an improvement, I'd be all for it.
If it was even,
This is
honestly,
not an improvement to the neighborhood.
if it was even a beer, honestly, if it was a location with even a beer and wine previously, I would probably be more inclined. It's just, it was completely unlicensed, which is just.
Are you fine with beer wine?
No, he said if it had.
I said if it had a beer and wine.
If it had a licensed beer.
But if, I don't know
I know what you're asking.
I don't know if that
They're
changes
selling
anything.
fancy cocktails, that's what they.
Yeah, that's, I don't think they could even
go.
go back to beer and wine. I think based on their
Yeah, you're right.
their business model.
Yeah, if I may just make a comment, you know, the landlord owns 126 St. Mark's as well, which is a previously full liquor licensed property. My suspicion is that if I come to you looking at 126, this would be a much easier conversation because that had precedence in that location. The reason we're not going with 126, which is it's a mirror image of what we have, is because 122 St. Mark's is just closer to our other restaurant. And I think the two concepts look really nice next to each other. So I don't know if there's another application for 126 pending. I probably wouldn't take that space given the conditions it is in. And it's been vacant for quite some time.
And it's not currently, is it currently licensed? No.
Technically not because it's been vacant, but you're talking 126 was St. Dimphus, right? Or
I forget the exact, I think it was called EV Reed.
Yes.
EVS, I'm sorry.
Yes. Sorry, it wasn't St. Dimphus, it was.
So 126 St. Mark's?
Oh, next to Bua.
So my point of persuasion is, as you think about the saturation of the market, maybe that's a location where you can say, you know, future locations should not have a full liquor license, but here's a tenant that would hopefully do a good job with 122 and bring something different that's not just a shooter bar. It's a sit down, you know, everyone's in nice, cushy lounge setting.
Who is your landlord, or who is the landlord of that space?
Michael, do you have the legal name of that available?
No, the person.
The person's name is Gary. I don't know his last name. I apologize.
So kind of, if I could say, the point of saying, you know, it's a location is not because you shouldn't open up your business or your concept in the neighborhood. It's to encourage people to do it where it is not oversaturated, and particularly where it's where we have a commercial avenue or a commercial block, where there's plenty of vacant places, you know, where there should be businesses and where it's not oversaturated. It's not a question of saying yes or no, we don't want you. What we're saying is, you know, would you add to the neighborhood by being in a different location?
Yeah.
Gary.
The reason they wanted to take this is it's been closed for a while, and it's right next to their other place and right around the corner from their original restaurant. That's why it became so attractive to them.
You always call me and say, is this location going to be a problem? And this time you didn't.
Yeah, just to echo what Michael said, you know, we own the office of Mr. Moto. We want to open the residence of Mr. Moto. And the concept just works so well for us. And we have such high conviction that it'll succeed. I don't think we could replicate that same level of commercial success if we open, you know, 5 blocks away. And believe me, like, we've been trying to open and find the perfect spot for this for many years because we have the team and the staff to execute on this. It's only when this came up that we thought, oh, this is the perfect spot.
Yeah, David?
I move that we do an outright denial. We should add a clause that we have put in previously on this block, or maybe it was one over, but about the crime that's been happening in the area. We talked about it being oversaturated. Can't put my finger on that old one resolution. It happened a couple of years ago. Anyway, it had language that was, I'm not gonna be able to search quick on
Is that
myself.
the old Round Orchard Street?
No, we did it up here.
Oh.
We did, maybe it was on Orchard.
Because
It was
there's
both the same situation,
Yeah.
so, but we, you know, we don't update the location information.
Okay.
I don't think, leaving an empty storefront there is gonna help any crime situation. Especially when the people that are gonna be coming into this place are gonna be people from the neighborhood who are looking for a safe environment to come have a drink, a bite to eat. So I think more people on the street, another open storefront will help with the crime problem.
That's what you just said. It's more people on the street. It's bringing people to the street to an already overcrowded problem where the police have access to reduce the open street hours because of the crime and the crowds. So, and I understand what you're saying, but I just think in this location, unfortunately, I feel it's the wrong location due to the other circumstances on that block. David seems to agree. I think Sarah and Michael are still in the process of deciding, but.
It sounds like they have a potential other route, but are we gonna end up at the same place? Cause it's not currently licensed.
If it's on this block, yes, if there's a possibility the SLA will deny it. This block is a nightmare.
But the other
Possibility to
location
make it better is to stop.
The other location, I think, EVS is previously licensed.
Yeah, but I understand the guidance, well, we have different
Technically,
feelings
yes.
about the guidance.
Technically, yes. Technically, by what the SLA stands now, it would be considered not continuously licensed. However, it was a licensed location, so.
I guess like, Clint, if that's your perspective, to me, it's kind of like effective, like it doesn't change the net amount of bars on that block. So then I actually understand and like have respect for what David is saying about just the like that's like a very technical.
Why isn't it changing the number on the block?
It's not his perspective, it's the SLA perspective.
No, it's not the SLA.
Yes, it is. They consider it.
Susan, I'm sorry. Respectfully, you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, Clint, I'm sensing that you're slightly more leaning toward if it was the other location, you see that as okay. But both locations, they're literally a few doors apart. Both locations are on a street that's oversaturated from David's perspective. So I understand what David is saying.
But this location hasn't been licensed, so that's.
So you're saying you wouldn't support the
depending on the circumstances, if it's now considered unlicensed, I would possibly not. But in a license that is currently licensed and would be continuously licensed.
That doesn't exist from the options they have, so that's why
they have, I mean, they could.
On this street. With their landlord, the option they have with this landlord, sorry.
But
to be clear, yeah.
If I could speak just to that.
Yeah.
The SLA, we have to deal with reality, and our reality is the SLA. So the SLA considers a previously licensed in a saturated area differently than unlicensed in it. So when we're making our decision based on how we know the SLA is going to react, if it's previously unlicensed, we have an opportunity to bring some change to the block. We don't have that opportunity if it's previously licensed. So that's the big difference. Is we could say, we want you. We think this is a great concept. We want you on a commercial avenue where it's more appropriate and not oversaturated, rather than in an oversaturated area where we have an opportunity to not have another site license. We don't have the opportunity in a previously licensed one, whether we like it or not. So I understand your rationale about increasing the net amount, but what we're running into is how we have to deal with the SLA.
If I may ask the question, would your decision-making process be different if this were just a beer and wine license?
Yes.
No.
Well, Susan, unfortunately,
Well, it would be a different application completely.
But
If there are stipulations that I can make around how we will not serve shots, again, the fact that we are.
Can't hear everyone.
I'm sorry.
That you would what?
If there are stipulations that we can do to showcase that we're never going to serve shots, our intent is not to get people drunk. I mean, I don't know if there's stipulations that we can say that we'll never have certain ounces in a cocktail.
There's no way to tie future applicants at the location. If you get a license, then when the next business comes in, they'll get a license. Even if a full bar, even if they're not having any food, even if they're having a disco. Well, probably not in that block, but so this is our only opportunity to not create another licensed location on that block. And that is why I voted against you. The only reason.
We've never.
There's also a reason why, we'd be willing to close at midnight, just to show you that we're not going to be that bar.
The next step.
I think their success rate has kept their places open. They're not closing. The place that we're going into is a closed, empty storefront. And that's why we would stipulate the closing at 12. And if we did leave, anybody else coming in would be.
Okay.
Can we just talk about
I think at this point, I think we've heard, as much as you've explained as much as you can, and we've explained our side. So I think we really do need to move on at this point. So, unless anyone else from the committee have anything to add or change, and I think we've heard from them. They've offered midnight. He did question beer and wine, but
just no beer and wine would change it for. I couldn't tell because you said yes.
Well, it would be a different application, so then I would have, from a half hour ago when we started, I would have been thinking completely differently. I don't think that's really on the table. If it is, and you agreed never to apply for an upgrade ever, then I would evaluate it differently. I don't think that's gonna happen here, and I don't wanna talk about it unless you immediately say yes. So let's continue my motion, which is deny outright. Committee only, please. And Susan.
What?
Susan and committee only shall speak now for at least 5 minutes.
Okay.
Make progress.
So, I don't know if there needs to be, at this point, any other discussion on the motion. We've made the motion to deny outright.
As long as we got the language agreed, what it'll be.
Well, we would basically say due to, and I can pull from, I can look on what the other ones you were mentioning, but, due to the oversaturation of liquor licenses on this block and the crowds and the police issues, with the police have actually asked us to reduce the open street hours due to the excessive crime that had been occurring from midnight to 11 and then till 10.
I wouldn't say the police asked us to, I would say the police supported us with
supported
the earlier hours and gave us the crime information to support it.
Okay.
If I'm understanding this correctly, if there's vacancy also at 126, I can go a couple doors down, get 126 and do this there. 122, currently unlicensed, they do this there. We can't foreclose any future opportunities for 126, given its prior history of licensure. However, once we set the precedent of having a license here, I want 122 where there was that one before.
It's now become a licensed location.
And kind of contributes to the saturation of the block as a whole.
It was previously not an on-premises license.
Okay. That seems to be the motion on the table. Unless there's any other discussion, we can move to a vote. Sarah?
Abstain.
David?
Yes.
Michael? Abstain. Clint? No. Therefore, the motion to deny passes.
2 yeses and 2 abstains.
Counts as
Abstain, you have to have a majority of.
Yes.
It does not pass. You have to have a majority of votes cast.
I thought abstentions essentially,
No, that because of that, what the way I just stated it is the rule. And therefore, essentially, abstain is a no.
So there's no motion,
There's no motion.
Because we have the even number today.
so then we leave this
It'll go to the board.
to go to full board.
It'll go to the board.
Okay, so basically what happened is there were 2 noes, 2 abstentions. So the motion,
2 yeses, 2 abstentions.
or yes, I'm sorry, 2 yeses to deny and 2 abstentions. So therefore, this motion will have to go to the full board to be ratified, or is that the right word, ratified?
No, there's nothing to ratify. There'll be a
Voted
blank
on.
entry.
It'll actually, so it actually will have to be voted on by the full board.
It'll have to be drafted at full board. Preferably a draft comes beforehand.
We generally always put the motion and say did not pass.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
good.
So,
That will help. That-
yeah,
that'll start.
so that'll be in there for the full board, and then it will be voted on by the full board. So at this point, there's nothing, we will not be sending out the stipulations, this will all happen at the full board. I would suggest that you plan to attend the full board meeting, which is on the 19th, December 19th.
That won't be
And-
a problem at all. Yeah.
What?
That won't be a problem.
That will not be a problem, okay.
I'll just say that, you know, I've had the opportunity to work with many partners, business partners, whatever it is. No one has regretted working with us in this hospitality company, and I hope that I can convince you all that you won't regret this decision if we do move forward. Thank you very much.
I'll have you in almost any other location in the community board, and unlike unfortunately, you just picked the wrong location at this one, sorry. But that's my opinion, you can discuss it, it can be determined at the full board.
Thank you very much for your time and opportunity. I do
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have
a great evening.
Thank you. Okay. So we are going to move on now to number 12, which is close up 154 Orchard Street. If the applicant is here for close up 154 Orchard Street, please raise your hand. So you're in person.
To the mic, do they, give me a microphone?
What?
Well, I mean, they're here in person.
Oh.
He's asking the right thing.
I know.
Let's see.
You did raise your hand.
Here.
So need the microphone, assuming if they work.
No, it seems to be green now. Did you take a hand?
Yeah. Second, and I will read a quick summary of your application. Okay. So Winhall Station LLC, doing business as Close Up, is seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 154 Orchard Street between Rivington and Stanton. This is an application for an establishment of, and I think that was actually missing on the application. 74. 74. Yeah. 74 people, which is 16 tables and 65 seats, 1 9-foot bar with no seats, small plates of food prepared in a full kitchen, serving food during all hours of operation, operating as a bar tavern. They have no televisions. They will include a jazz club and lounge, simple speakers with volume control, background level with no live music, and the band may be a guitar with an amplifier or a guitarist and vocalist, entertainment level, hoping to do acoustic. Nightly jazz performances and improvised music. One of the rooms would have a cover charge, ticketed for performance only, will not be using an event promoter. There are 45 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This address is location of a former restaurant named Saverna. It was operating since August of 2018. I think it closed in January 2022. What we had?
They are closed.
Yeah.
No, it says it's an active license. I don't know if they're closed as a business. They got a liquor license partway through that 2018.
Okay. They played only recorded music, closed by 12 a.m. all days. The current applicant, David Gaynor, has worked as manager of music in a jazz club at Casa Cipriani. In 2021, he would oversee the musicians, make sure the sound was mixed. In 2015, he worked as a server cook manager at an Italian restaurant called Il Moro in Hong Kong. The Lower East Side dwellers submitted a letter in opposition to the live music and the backyard use and the extension of hours. 67 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application, including 8 from the building, and CV3 received a letter of support from the Diamond Square Block Association. They're proposing hours of 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, and
Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. We're gonna be closed Tuesday.
Well, but 12 a.m.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Sunday through Wednesday, closing at 12 a.m. And then 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday, and you're closed on Tuesday. They would not use outdoor space for commercial use, closed fixed facade. And they're closing happy hours at 7:30 every night.
So I'm confused about whether there's outdoor use.
Sure.
Because your application didn't indicate it at all, but then we got an email saying that there was.
So there's no outdoor use. If you've been to Mission Chinese or at Severna, it was like paper planes. There was like a little bar in the back.
Okay.
It's an enclosed space, and moving forward, we'd like to soundproof that back area. And so that back area would be a small, like, intimate listening room where the band would play, and that would be ticketed, and we'd have shows there.
Is that an enclosed space that is actually the backyard?
It is.
It's an enclosed backyard.
Okay.
So currently that space is not legal.
It's not.
It is not on your certificate of occupancy.
With this or no? No.
Not that, I mean, unless you have something I haven't seen, but the certificate of occupancy I have seen have not listed anything, have not included the backyard.
Okay.
And I'm a little confused. I think are you taking both spaces?
It's one space. Or C&D is like the official address.
But it's crossing underneath the stair, basically, right?
Yeah, there's left and right side, but Severna was that. Yeah, that's how the space was. It's not like we're gonna knock any walls down or do anything structural to the space.
But I don't know if the certificate of occupancy actually applies to both spaces being combined like that. When I looked, and I was just going to pull it up again.
Both spaces being what? The two front?
It's still, there's a separate C of O for separate spaces, not as a combined space. Hold on, let me just put this a second. Yeah, it's
Right, you're not trying to combine both spaces.
No, there was previously combined. I think it's been like that since 2015, maybe before, but I'm not familiar.
And I think what the issue is, it may have been, I'm not saying you're combining them, but I'm not sure if that's legal, period, is the problem.
I'm looking it up.
Is this the type of thing that we would point out to the SLA, or is it something that?
It's a city thing. The SLA won't have any further information. It was. So the other problem is.
C of O. This is 130 St. Mark's?
No, sorry, this is 154 Orchard.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said 154 Orchard.
Yeah. So it's mainly the expansion into the storefront of storefront A, and then the use of the backyard. Those are the two things that I do not think are listed on the C of O, and I'm not. So
Lots of symbols.
But my other main concern is, the previous restaurant was a full-fledged restaurant with no live music and closing at 12.
Yeah.
So you are just on the surface of your application, you're expanding the use of that location, or from our standpoint, the use, by increasing, by adding live music, ticket events, and expending the hours.
So we would have live music definitely in the back. I think that's kind of integral to what we want to do. I think you know, downtown Manhattan's had a long history of this kind of music, and I think it would fit really well into somewhere like the Lower East Side. So definitely live music is we're looking to expand there. The kitchen, I think we're going to start with mostly bites. My mom's from Venezuela. I grew up, you know, spending summers there. So the menu that was like Venezuelan finger foods is like, I don't know, exciting to me, kind of a dream. But and in terms of pushing the hours of operation.
Use the mic closer, we can't hear the registering,
But yeah, we are going to be pushing toward that. I definitely, the big ticket item for build out is going to be soundproofing it so that nothing would leak out. That's something we're conscious of and really want to work with you guys on. And I mean, I totally understand not having, you know, like someone new to the area. I want to work with you guys to see if we can work something out to open it up. But yeah, we are applying for an extension, so not what Superman was doing before.
So right now, there's no outdoor use associated with this campus.
That's what I saw for
from the letter that we received, I suspect that there are fire escapes on the back of the building, which can't actually be used if it's an enclosed.
So this was given to me by the landlord,
so we heard this application last month.
This
Okay.
is a CBO.
Actually, I'm sorry, we didn't hear this application last month. We heard an application for the space last month.
You can print this out. So there's none.
But it's not
It's
not over.
It's not in the building.
Okay.
Somebody put it.
They illegally enclosed, there was a backyard that it wasn't enclosed. Somewhere along the line, it was illegally enclosed without having it permitted or anything else. So just so you know.
That was when I asked the same question to the landlord. Because obviously the space is advertised with that back space.
Of course it is, because he wants as much money as he can get.
Right. So he submitted that, which I did submit.
We saw this last month. So we heard this an application for the space last month. At the last minute, after we had approved and it was sent out, the applicant chose not to move forward because he said after he was already moving forward with the lease, the landlord then pulled his lease and would for no reason.
I think he pulled my understanding with the landlord is that this person had a lease for a long time. And during the time in which they had an open lease and nothing signed, he was also marketing the space, which is when I went in and saw the space. So I didn't know that there was another lease on the table, and I mean, I don't mean that.
No, you wouldn't. I mean, that's not but no, what we were told, because we went through the whole committee meeting, it was approved at the full board, and he said at the last minute, it was contingent upon being approved by the community board, and it was with the landlord. So we saw all this, we saw these plans, we saw this last month, so we've been through this recently as well. I would just, for your own protection, I would find out if that backspace is actually legal.
So I looked back to 2098, there's no application.
1998.
1998. There's not even an application to include the outdoor space. Because, I mean, you can do an alteration and try and get it on the COA. They haven't even tried to do that.
Yeah, that was huge to this.
What?
The applicant last month, that was, the outdoor spaces.
It was it's a big part of their space. It's a small space, otherwise they need that.
So they have been using it illegally. It had been used, I've been
Mission
there.
Chinese used it.
It was used illegally.
Okay, so.
It doesn't hurt to have an expert look at that stuff.
I council will look into it, but.
You had somebody that knows architecture and building stuff look at it?
Yeah, and then yeah, I did.
And what did they say about the?
They said that it was zoned.
It is zoned fine.
Yeah.
The zoning is fine.
Zoning is fine.
It's a C of O for that building.
And what they need, in order for that to be legal to use the backyard, there has to be a second means of egress, which last month I don't think there is. So if that space in the back, is there any other way out of there?
Yeah, there's a door between the two rooms.
You know.
No.
That's a department of.
That's not, so sorry, we don't need to go down that route.
Avon Way is zoned for use of backyards.
Mhm.
But there are some backyards that can't be used for.
Right, this is Orchard
various
Street,
reasons.
this is Orchard Street.
I know, I'm just giving you this example, an example, but there are some, even though the zoning is commercial, and, you know, there are some places that can't, it's the same thing in Orchard. The Department of Buildings has to inspect it and make a decision. They're the only ones that can do that. And the only way that happens is if the landlord applies for an alteration.
And this building up alteration, which is what I was provided, obviously, it's that is not legal, or is that like manufactured? I'm just.
Go to nyc.gov.
Okay.
/BIS. BIS is Building Information Search. And then you just put in the address and it's all there.
It means that what could happen is Department of Buildings comes in and shuts down the business and says, can't open until the structure is ready.
I don't know.
That could happen.
Okay.
If what they're saying.
So in order to get it legalized, one of the things you would need to be a second means of egress. That's not for us to decide, that's a Department of Building thing, but the whole reason I brought this conversation is, one, find out if it's legal, because I know it seems like that's a big part of your business model, is using that space. And I know the space is kind of small without the addition of that space. So, you know, I don't know where we leave this. You could choose to withdraw at the moment to find out if it is legal before you get into something that
And if you think that's the best plan of action, I'd happily do that.
I mean, I'm not advising you either way, yes or no, because that's not what we're here for, but I'm just saying you could take this information, you could talk to either your representatives or another attorney or even the building department and just find out if it is actually legal for you to use that space before you sign a lease and get involved in it. I think that if I were you, I would probably find out if that is actually legal to use before you fully get involved and sign something.
Just some red flags, you know.
So
more than
what about tonight?
So that's, I think he's saying he's gonna withdraw. So, I mean, that's, because, I mean, at this point, based on your current proposal, I personally am not willing to go as far as extending the hours, adding live music. It's a big change from the impact of the previous location had there. So, but with all the other things and the confusion around it, I would not be inclined to approve this at this point.
Okay.
That's my opinion. I can't speak for the other members, but.
It is a block, one of the saturated blocks.
Right.
So it is previously licensed.
Yes.
So we would like to reduce the impact of new licenses, or at least not make it.
Not increase the impact.
I mean, I would be down to start at midnight and reduce it then. I mean,
I'm gonna suggest that for your own good, not for the block or saturated. For your own protection, you should investigate that.
They plan to.
I like the idea of a jazz club. That's cool. In the neighborhood.
Well, if we're talking about that, then I'm confused about, I saw the words entertainment level, and I like to do acoustic. So entertainment level is like, you have to yell into the person next to you's kind of ear. And acoustic is kind of the opposite. So what are you really planning for the live music?
Well,
they're both on the application, literally. It says entertainment level, and it says, well, we would like.
I'm more trying to understand the difference because it's a performance.
Well, I understand that. That's why I want them to clarify.
Yeah, what we're talking about is a room that's about this size, and there's no amplification of the music. Everyone's playing acoustically besides, a guitar player has to plug into an amplifier. The vocalist is singing, they're gonna be, plugged into a vocal mic, but we're not projecting sound, we're not miking drums. It's just like a room about this size, smaller than this, with a group of people and people being quiet, listening to the music. It's a performance. Does that clarify?
Yeah, that sounds like acoustic then. So then, if we're modifying the resolution.
Well, so I guess before we go any further, do you want to move forward with this tonight and we make a vote on it? Or do you want to find out if you can legally use the space first?
Would your decision be potentially changed by all these circumstances that we talked about, or would you be making an independent decision that is just based on, let's assume that it's legal? And then we, after this meeting, we go figure that out ourselves.
think it was the opposite.
I have, right now, everything I've seen is showing me that it's illegal and has not been even applied for legalization of that space. So I think I would agree with Susan where I would be assuming the opposite, that it's not legal, so that would factor into my decision. And also, as I said earlier, just the expansion of the uses, like.
It would factor into your decision. If you felt that it was, that the C of O doesn't allow it, then you would factor in your decision on that.
Yes, because that means it's physically not safe. Well, now it's gonna collapse, but it's not safe for people to be in that back space. So if us approving that is then moving forward where people are gonna continue using that, and for, I don't say larger crowds, but for crowds going back there for events and ticketed events, I just think that could be asking for trouble if there isn't a second means of egress. So if there's a fire inside, people are trapped there.
I think, yeah, there are two doors and there's another door, but I think it goes through the residence of 154 Orchard Street.
Doesn't count.
So yeah, I can't.
That's not our expertise,
again,
and it sounds wrong.
Hypothetically then, if we had a denial, what would the whereas clause be that describes what we believe about what may be the situation?
It would be, wherefore, we have not been provided with a current certificate of occupancy that shows the backyard is legal for use, for commercial use, or legal for, so it'd be any use technically, right?
It's brandy, yeah, whereas it's, the certificate of occupancy specifically says there's no
backyard
space associated with this address. Therefore, we can't make stipulations and agreements.
We can't approve something for something that's illegal.
Sounds good. So, can we trust the website of the DOB to be up to date? Not all of the city agencies are.
It's the last certificate of occupancy that was issued. It's a temporary one. It's still a temporary one, and it's the last one that was issued.
What year?
What?
What
I don't know
year?
what I gave to, what year was it?
This one is effective 2013, and then I guess that's 2015.
Well,
but I don't know what that, I guess like.
That's not a CFO.
Yeah.
It was professionally, so the last alteration of the commercial space was professionally certified. So it did not have a DOB inspection. I don't know if you are aware of
those things.
Professionally certified.
Yeah, so that's where the
That means
architect
the
says.
architect that did it,
Self-certified.
did not ask for an inspection. He said, I certify this is correct.
And then second one.
It's all on the website. All of that's on the website.
And that one is, what's the nature of that one? What does that say about backyard?
When I looked up all the past job files, and there was an application for renovation of the commercial space, and it was professionally certified.
But you don't know what was in that application? Can
It
you see
was
that?
it was for renovation of the commercial indoor space.
Indoor space, and
Well,
nothing in the backyard.
that's what it was for. You don't, yes, it was
Okay.
not an alteration for the outdoor space.
Okay.
So it was professionally certified. Again, you should be looking at all this stuff.
How do you guys feel?
I mean, I think to be safe, because I did speak to, I obviously have a real estate lawyer and for this as well, someone else that was giving me counsel, and I spoke to another person that was specific to zoning. I guess the backspace was advertised poorly, and I could look into that more before.
Landlords do that a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
Not in place, no zoning.
It's legal zoning wise. That's not an issue. It's basically a certificate of occupancy, safety, and building department issue
for that backspace.
You have it in front of you.
Yes, no, I do.
So
Backspace, and if it's two store.
and whether or not it's actually combined to use storefront A.
Which is that backspace?
No, I think storefront A is.
I think it's C and D, the two downstairs areas. Actually, I know it's C.
Yeah, you're said C and D.
Yeah.
Storefront C and D, if those have been joined, we need to make sure that C of O is accurate. There was a place.
That used to be 4 individual storefronts.
And now there's 2 upstairs, and then there's 2 downstairs, but they've been operational like that.
That doesn't mean that it's
Yeah,
2
okay.
hours.
But in, so I guess when Severna, I mean, they were operational like that as well. So, yeah, okay.
There's half an apartment in the mezzanine and 2.5 apartments. I guess more.
So it's upstairs construction, some nature.
So I guess, and then second, if we were to deny it, would be based on, we have been given nothing to show that it's actually legal for that space.
And
also,
it shows that it's.
And I would add.
So can I withdraw the application and
you can, if you want.
I think I'm gonna do that and come back to you guys.
I think that would be cleaner for you as well and probably safer.
Yeah.
But, so all you need to do is then, actually he's at the meeting, Susan, so he's withdrawing in person. He doesn't need to send an email, does he?
No, just send us an email saying that you're withdrawing.
Just send an email to the office, just throw it in paper in writing that you withdrew and you will not. So basically just say you're withdrawing and you will not go to the SLA without coming back to us first.
Okay, I can do that.
And then what you should do if you want to be on the agenda for January, you can then resubmit your application to the community board. So it's on there while you're working this out. And if it comes to the 1st or 2nd week of January and you still have nothing, you can still withdraw and come back again the following month.
Okay.
But if you do want to be safe to get on for January, you probably want to resubmit an application for January.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
It's only 9:18.
Just my stamina's down. Fucking surgery. Pain's gone.
What surgery was that?
Okay, well, thank you and thank you, appreciate it. Anything else, you can also reach out to Susan at the community board office and she can help you.
Clearly working, is your brain funny?
Yeah. And given the concerns, it's better for us to deliberate.
At least have
vote and just talk about it.
And it sounds like not since the
No competition.
Yeah. Except anyway, I mean, better for these guys.
I mean, yeah, just doesn't seem
So good, that's good. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 13, which is baby grandmas, which I think you're here in person. 187 Orchard Street. Everyone, do you have anyone here remote?
Yeah, we've got Miranda Gordon.
Okay. Susan, if you could move out to the front. Susan, if you could move out to the front, it's just a little loud.
They hear everything.
So who did you say would be here for?
Miranda, I just promoted her.
Okay. Okay, so Miranda, we're promoting you. I'm gonna go ahead and give a brief summary of this application, then we'll turn it over to the applicants.
Oh, I'm gonna do that again. Fine. Chris Calvosa, is he, no? Okay, so he has his hand raised. Chris, we'll get to you in a moment, yeah.
Okay, so this is.
Oh, Chris might be Miranda's business partner, who's also, the 2 of them are regulars at the bar.
Okay.
And at the bar, became business partners.
But they're here supporting, they're not part of the application.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so they're members of this help to speak and support, okay.
Oh, Miranda's just a member of the public?
Yes. Leave it there for now. Okay, so this is Baby Grand LES LLC is doing business as Baby Grand, is seeking a full OP license in the premises located at 187 Orchard Street between Stanton Street and Houston. This is an application for a karaoke bar with 129 people, 9 tables and 52 seats, with 1 bar with 6 seats on the ground floor, 1 bar with 4 seats in the basement. It has less than a full kitchen serving food during all hours of operation. There will be 8 televisions with karaoke music. There are 63 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location is currently licensed with a full on-premises license as Rockwood Music Hall. The applicant has had a license at 29 West 17th Street since June of 2022 and 55 McGinnis Boulevard South from 2017 to 2020. The Lower East Side Dweller submitted a letter in opposition. 38 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor of the application. They are proposing hours of 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. They are not proposing to use outdoor space, a closed fixed facade. They will have karaoke music at entertainment level, will not have live music DJs, promoted events, or scheduled performances. And I think that's the general summary so far. Do you have anything else you would like to add or change?
Yeah, we had another location at 161 Lafayette. That was the original Baby Grand. That was not included.
I don't think that was that on your application?
I'm not sure, but we've had, this will be our 4th location. The 2 previous locations, the 161 Lafayette and the 55 McGinnis, closed as a result of COVID. And I went to Indiana, did some woodworking, came back to New York, and we rebuilt Baby Grand 29 West 17th Street. And then we have been looking for other spaces, and this one came up, and we thought it was perfect. We thought that the history of it being a music hall was great. Mike has actually played there. He's a musician. He's also he has a degree in sound engineering. So we've and he was also one of my first bartenders at the original Soho bar. And we just kept in touch, and now he's on. Yeah, I mean, your description is pretty accurate. I'm happy to address any concerns or questions.
Okay. Anything else? Anything to add, or?
I think that's okay for now.
Okay. So that being said, I think we'll go ahead and move to any comments from the public. I know we have Miranda. If you're here to speak to 187 Orchard Street, Baby Grand, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you. While Michael is doing that, we'll go ahead and start with Miranda since you're already promoted. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. Perfect.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fantastic. I have been a regular customer in this space for 20 years, since before it was Baby Grand. There was a karaoke bar here before. I was so delighted to discover that these wonderful, charming, upstanding guys were opening a new karaoke bar in this space that I volunteered my child to come work in their bar. Now, my child is an adult. That said, she's a college student. But the vibe and the environment in this space is so welcoming and so safe that as a mother, I would want my daughter to work here. I don't think there's any higher praise for a business than that. These guys have created community that is true to Karaoke Spirit. There are regulars here all the time. I believe Chris Calvosa is also on this call. He is a former business contact of mine who I reconnected with through this bar. And we are not only duet partners, but we have started a business of our own. We are building our own business, sitting right here at the bar at Baby Grand. I don't know what else to add to that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. We will, and use Chris, I think, promote his Chris Calvosa. Yep. Chris, go ahead and unmute yourself and go ahead.
Hi, I'm not, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I can't seem to have an option to start my video, but I wanted to speak in support of this petition as well. As Miranda mentioned, she and I rekindled an acquaintance after over a decade of being apart because of Baby Grand. And I am a community member near the location. I live around the corner from the location that you mentioned that they opened in 2022. And I cannot speak highly enough of what they have brought to the community where I live. Baby Grand, I think, having listened to your discussions tonight, Baby Grand, I don't think is going to bring a dramatically different impact than Rockwood Music Hall had. I think perhaps Baby Grand would have a lesser impact in that it's not live music. You're not going to have people congregating outside. And moreover, people don't go to Baby Grand to drink. this is not like, and I can speak for the location in my own neighborhood. It's not disruptive. There's not tons of music pouring out at all hours of the night. And people are going there for community. I hate to say this with the owners there, but there are some nights where I go and I just have like one beer, but I'm singing my pants off up on that stage. So I feel like for a community like the Lower East Side, and I socially go out in the scope of Community Board 3's area. I go out there all the time. I wish there was a good karaoke bar down there. So I feel that in terms of the benefit to the community, it would be substantial. I think it would be less disruptive than a live music venue. And I think it's something that's not really present there. So I really can't speak highly enough about what Baby Grand has brought to the community around their other location near me. And I would be delighted to have a place like Baby Grand to go to when I'm out on the Lower East Side. So
to build on what Chris just said, you know, different karaoke bars have different vibes, right? And I know there are some, particularly down in Chinatown, that only have karaoke 2 nights a week, and it's a big drunken thing. What Joey and Mike have created in this space is what I would call true karaoke culture. These are musicians here. This is a bar that caters to out of work Broadway singers who want to come and sing. Chris and I are both jazz singers. This is a place that supports community and culture. And sure, you can have a drink, but this is really not rowdy drunk culture.
Thank you.
This is community.
Thank you for that. We're going to, but we do have to keep things moving here.
Yeah.
But we are going to move on. I think, Chris, did you have anything just to close? Because I think Miranda jumped in there a minute.
Yeah.
I think I've said my piece, but
okay.
I do appreciate you're hearing my thoughts.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think there are a couple other people with their hands up. Or Eric? Okay, we have Eric. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, hi. You know, the one thing that the people in the neighborhood don't desperately need is a karaoke bar, another club, ruining the limited life quality of life we have. This is an absolute disaster. You know, and it doesn't matter if people don't go there primarily for drinking. They're drinking, they're leaving at all hours. Orchard Street is a tiny little street. And the noise radiates everywhere already. You can't walk at night without vomiting people all over, as we've gone over and over again. And this is having a full club like this is a disaster, and it is not feasible for in this place. And there's so many liquor licenses at all. I mean, it may be less offensive than some clubs, but we're absolutely against this. Everyone I know are against this. This cannot be allowed to happen. Isn't there any limit to how much our quality of life will be allowed to deteriorate? And there's sound when they open the doors, and having door security people on the street, you hear them all night long. And this is our past experience. So I'm adamantly opposed to this. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
And is there anyone else? Is that it? Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised, so I think we're going to move on to committee questions and responses from the applicant. So, David, go ahead.
This keeps being so it's been a market a while. Rockwood is shutting down the operation in that back room, which does have an entrance onto Orchard.
Well, currently it's only an exit. They don't use it for an entrance currently.
It's only exit. Okay. That's what I had thought. I'm looking at a picture online for sectors of door. They don't use that door. Is this, were we able to figure out whether this is technically a new license?
Well, it is splitting off a new license. Like currently Rockwood is licensed, so it is a licensed location, but this would be a separate location, a separate license.
I understand. How would the SLA treat that? It is a
licensed location because it is currently licensed. So
even though the address is completely different than what the license is. That's how the SLA will look at it. Okay.
We approved the baby's all right back in September, right?
Well, we did. It was, and
Oh, it was curtailed.
It was curtailed a little. We just,
Full board.
it was still approved. They chose not to move forward with it because they weren't going to move forward with the stipulations.
Right.
So one thing that has been, I think, David, was that good?
No, I just wanted to know that. Got it.
So one thing, I think currently there's a passageway between 187. That, I don't think you need that for your legal access. So are you planning on leaving that open? Because currently, you can't have a connection to another license.
No, we're boarding that up. It's already boarded up.
So that would be a closed, that would be closed.
That would turn to a wall.
Okay, that's good. That's actually that was what I was hoping to hear. 'Cause that makes it a lot simpler. You can't have a connection between two separate license spaces. So that answers that. What is your plan for, because as you just heard, currently that is not there's not crowds coming and going from that space. On Orchard Street side, it's from the Allen Street side. What is your plan for security, for door personnel, for what is?
So we have a security company that we work with currently. We've worked with them in every single one of our bars in the past, for the past 10 years, 9 years. And they, we intend to have a doorman presence on every busy night. Currently we have them, is it Wednesday?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we have them currently at our location.
And then we also intend to have a second security guard who's stationed inside the space just to have some presence in there. I mean, it's in our best interest to ensure the safety of our guests, but also our staff, and to hold our guests to a particular standard. And our doormen, we don't call them bouncers, we just call them, doormen. And but they exhibit some authority over the space, so as to non-verbally communicate to our guests how to behave.
I just want to ask, if people cannot hear the applicants because of the miking situation, can we have someone watch in chat or is that turned off?
No, I mean, I think the chat is on.
So then if in the chat, can we say actually we cannot hear, if they were to say that, we could do something.
It just has to red bubble up there because Susan hasn't.
Is Susan watching that?
Yeah.
They can hear, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Whether they can hear applicants and people who aren't right below the mic. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there on the internet. Can they hear the people who are not near the mic?
They said I can hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're saying they can hear.
They can't speak, but they can hear.
No.
They can't hear unless the mic's pick it up, but they have said that they can't hear it.
they're close to me.
So they say they can.
They'll have security.
Am I asking?
And I know you checked off, I think you checked off that you went up, but I mean, you don't intend on planning on having lines or?
No, not at all, no.
And in terms of your, karaoke, is it? It's not at a certain time, so it's not at, it doesn't start at 7, 9, and 11, is it a certain time or it's just kind of open?
Well, the karaoke is available the moment we open. The way we describe it is sort of an elevated upscale version of the karaoke bars that it's essentially a great cocktail bar that happens to have karaoke, right? Because every other model of karaoke is some sort of like afterthought or like a gimmick to get people in on like a slow night. Or it's someplace that sort of doesn't have the finger on the pulse of the neighborhood, and they're just attracting the lowest type of clientele, unfortunately. With us, we are pretty discriminating with who we invite or who we allow into the space. We don't allow anyone who's been overserved. We train our staff to make sure that anybody who or feels like they might be on the limit is asked to leave. And we have a protocol on how to ask them to leave nicely. Say, tonight's not your night, buddy, come try again, the next night. If you look at our Google reviews and our Yelp reviews, they're, I believe, 4.8, 4.7. I respond personally to almost all of them that have any kind of text. If it's just a star rating, I don't know what to say to them. And I'm extremely responsive. As a matter of fact, one of our neighbors at the Flatiron Bars in Spring, he came up to me personally, right around the time we were opening, he voiced his sort of grievances and his objection to us opening. And I gave him my personal number and I said, like, listen, just text me whenever something's wrong. He's texted me twice, never about the noise. It's always been about some litter in front of the bar. So, and we've remedied that every single time when we put that into our protocols. It's in our best interest to run a systems-oriented business that like ensures some predictability, so that we're not always scrambling playing catch up.
Well, my question, more of what I was asking for, and I don't think I was clear my question. I was more concerned about why I was asking about timing. Is it going to be where that's why I said, does it start at a certain time, the karaoke cycle, so that there's going to be a crowd or a group coming at like, because it starts at 7, 9, 10.
Oh, no,
like,
it's
just a continuous thing all night. It's not like there's a set time where it starts every 2 hours.
There's no rush.
Just because why I was asking that tends to bring, if it's, shows or not even shows, but like karaoke at 7, 9, 11, then there's going to be more of a crowd coming and going and leaving at those times. That's why I was asking more for the impact on the street.
I see. I don't anticipate that, and I don't think that's.
No, because you said it's kind of an all, you come in and it's karaoke anytime.
That's the concept. Yeah. Right. And also, just to add to that, our core clientele are women in their between 35 and 45, which is, arguably the most discriminating, cohort. They care more about cleanliness, they care more about safety, they care more about, every aspect you can think of. Their standards are a bit higher than, say, a guy in his 20s, early 20s. And so that to me is a feather in our cap with respect to, who we can attract and as a loyal regular. We expect the same type of clientele, and the thing is, there's this, and I've expressed this in different ways. There's fine dining establishment, and then there's dollar menu establishment. The dollar menu establishment has to make money by volume, by just having no standards at all. And the fine dining establishment makes their revenue based on the top 0.5% of the people out there who can afford what they have to offer. And we're more leaning toward that end of the spectrum. And those people tend to be older, more mature, more responsible, more accountable. They tend to go to bed a little earlier as well.
So that's a perfect lead in. Thank you for that. And two, I was going to ask if there was any possibility of like, do you need the 3 AM hours?
So we are insisting on the 3 AM Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, mainly because we have corporate parties. And we have a private event space in our Flatiron location. And so, for instance, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we have a private event for Meta. And so, rather than having to kick them out, or do last call at 1:30, we wanted the ability or the flexibility to at least allow that. Now, the compromise that we were willing to make is that we'd only advertise to the close at 2 AM on Google, Yelp, and our own website. But yeah, we would like to legally be allowed to serve liquor until 3 on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
And I do understand that's what the previous license location was licensed for. It's just the previous license at that location didn't use the Orchard Street side. So you're adding more people onto the Orchard Street side. Allen is a much larger street that can handle the crowds a little better. That was my concern on that. I mean, otherwise, you're basically, are you going to have any kind of, and I don't think on your diagram it showed this. How is your design of your entrance? Because since it is going to be karaoke, there's a bar near me that has karaoke. They're not allowed to have karaoke, but that's a whole different story. But what happens is when the door opens and closes, you hear the karaoke the entire way, like 3/4 of the way down the block. It just, that carries. So do you have any plan? I don't know that I saw a soundproofing plan, but do you have?
So I actually did include that in the report. I do have a major in audio engineering and environmental science. So I did conduct a simple decibel survey. The decibel survey was simply me running, and you can see that in figure A. I did set up monitors in the space. I did have our manager Zach with microphones singing, and I recorded 6 samples of the lead, essentially, from outside. This place was designed, and you'll see that in, I guess that's figure 2 right here. This space was designed and soundproofed for live music. Live amplified music operates generally between 100 and 115 dB. Karaoke, optimally, if you're doing it correctly, will operate around 80. So this place it's almost like built like a tank for live sound. And we're going to be doing something there that operates at generally low level.
Well, no, but what I'm asking, I understand that that's not explaining because normally right now that door is not used.
Correct.
So when people are coming and going from that door, you're not going to have the soundproofing effect because the door is going to be open.
No, correct. So one of my samples was done with the door open, in 0 feet from the door entrance, and then 6 feet back from the door entrance. So with the door open. So
with the door open in karaoke at entertainment level,
yes.
you're saying that sound is not coming outside?
Well, it dissipated greatly as soon as you got six feet back from the door itself. So again, we do understand this, and in the summary of my sound report, I said to further, so it says applicants understand the sensitivity surrounding specific areas of the bar that have a potential to allow more sound escape, specifically the front door. Applicants plan to install drapery in front of the front door to eliminate the potential.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
if there's going to be a booth or a drapery, so that it's going to prevent that sound from blasting every time someone comes to go.
Correct, and it was designed with it's already prefabricated with the railing.
Right. We just need to get hang drape.
Yeah.
That's literally.
So you will have that, so that when people are coming and going from the door, it's not the karaoke sound blasting down.
Correct. We'll have 32 ounce drapery, which will reduce 8% of sound.
Okay.
In addition to the
So I guess to answer part of that question, you will be, even though it is soundproof and we're aware of that, you will be installing some additional soundproofing to prevent noise. Okay.
Yeah, and that's in the summary.
I don't think that was checked off on the application. On the actual, there was a section that said will install sound. I don't think we had that checked off.
Oh, okay.
Let me just check.
We can check it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well. Okay. Yeah. You didn't check it off. You had soundproofing installed by previous tenant. But that was why I was questioning that door wasn't used by them as an active doorway at that point. So it was a closed fixed facade. So that way it prevented the sound from going down. Okay. I think that's pretty much my questions. Does anyone else have any questions on the space? Hearing none. Is everyone comfortable moving to a resolution on this?
Wait, I'm sorry, just what were your plans again for crowd controls and like crowds hanging out on the Orchard Street side? I know from our last full community board meeting, there's a lot of concern with Orchard Street, on crowds and late nights and noise and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, our security company does a fantastic job of ushering people away from our space. I think it's so it's a two-faceted response. Number one is our clientele tends not to be super rowdy anyway. Okay, now part of that's because we either will not allow entry to people who've been overserved, or we won't allow them to be overserved on our location. The second is that our security personnel actually does a great job of ushering them away from. And if you prefer us to usher them or point them toward one direction over another, I mean, we'd appreciate that if it's a Houston or Stanton. But yeah, I mean, part of the considerations that we made were like that. For instance, we're not going to put an awning above us because we don't want to encourage people to loaf around and smoke. We just really do not want.
Well, I don't think above. I don't know that there's a concern because that's a new building.
So above us is a hotel.
That's what I mean. It's a new building. It's a hotel, so it's not. So it's not necessarily. We're not as concerned. In some cases, we're concerned about the windows directly above the space. In this case, I wasn't concerned about that for this particular building.
Right. There's literally nobody so to the north and the south of us, it's businesses. Above us is a restaurant, and then above that, this is the hotel there.
Yeah.
There's another bar. to our deck, and then the basement. So literally the only place where sound can possibly escape is the front door, which we've already.
Yes. Okay. So one thing I think under the soundproof thing. Yeah. So yes, you already put for the active doorway. The other thing you did have checked off previously that you would employ doorman and security personnel. You said 1 doorman, 1 security. Did you say on the busy night? You said certain nights.
Wednesday. I mean, we haven't figured this out yet. We don't know how busy Wednesday will be yet, but certainly for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, we'll have two people, 1 doorman and 1 roaming security guard with the inside. For the other nights, I can't anticipate a Sunday or Monday being necessitating a doorman. But we do have managers on site on those slower nights anyway, to act as security. So we will eventually, the answer to your question is that it's sort of a moving target at the moment, and we haven't really turned the project on yet to know what it will look like. But we will address it, appropriately.
So other nights, as necessary,
Yeah,
you guys.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, and also just to add to what Joey said, I am a partner in this, but I'm also the acting general manager. So I'm there like every night of the week until we get another manager, which is what we did with Flatiron. And I'm no tolerance. I'm not afraid to kick people out.
Well, we're not, and I mean, yes, we want the orderly premises, but mainly what we're questioning now is just the outside,
Yeah, correct.
what's happening on the street. That's why in your case, we don't always advocate for a doorman, but in this case, I think in the street, it would be warranted to keep the crowds from lingering and coming out and continuing to sing as they walk down the street, because.
Right, I mean, we're on the same page. We don't, even if you hadn't asked, we would be going forward with the doorman, and the peace of mind that personnel gives me is worth its weight in gold. So there's no point in that's not where I'm going to cut costs.
Okay. So I mean, I think all my questions have been answered at this point. So anyone else? Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we'll put the stipulation form up on the screen. Okay, so I will just read through it. Can you bump it just a tiny larger? Maybe it's my eyes are getting tired through tonight. Okay, that's perfect. So it would be Joseph Park as representative of Baby Grand LES LLC, located at 187 Orchard Street. Agrees to the following stipulations. It would be a full OP license to operate a karaoke bar with less than a full kitchen, open and serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use, including open restaurants. I will employ doorman security personnel Thursday through Saturday, other nights if necessary. I will install soundproofing for the active doorway, and maybe just to say to prevent noise spilling out into the street, just to clarify. You.
Once I do my. Oh my God, never mind.
Sorry.
Diane Ross impersonation. You got from spilling in the street.
I will fix the sign of no open doors or windows except the entrance doors are closed by 10 p.m. I will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, or any event which covers charge or scheduled performances. We did not check off on because you will be karaoke payment level. I will not apply for an alteration in method of operation without coming to CB3 first. I will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. I will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches. I will not have a happy hour. I will not have wait lines. I will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering noise or crowds. I will post the stipulation beside my liquor license, and residents may contact the manager owner the number below, Joseph Park, and 718-687-7203.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. So that being said, if everyone's okay, we will move to a vote. Sarah Batchu, Katie Crane,
Yes.
Michael Lavario,
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Okay, so you will be approved. I mean, it still has, as I think I haven't been saying this tonight, but it will have to still go to the full board, but the office will send you out the stipulation form, which we just went through, that will include instructions as far as signing and return.
Now, when it goes to the full board, then it's officially voted on?
It's official, yes. So we vote on here. We recommend to the full board. The full board ratifies, I guess is the best word to say for the vote.
Well, they can do anything.
Yeah, the full board could decide. They have done this before. They could overturn what we said. That's
Make their own stipulations.
Yeah, it's rare,
Modify our
but
stipulations.
it's not simply ratification.
They don't make stipulations, generally, would have to go back to committee because there's nobody there.
if it was not, unless it's something that's drafted.
So that's what happened to the last applicant, right?
Yes,
The board decided to keep the stipulations of the prior
which is what you have.
entity.
Oh,
He was extending some of the stipulations and
4 a.m., right.
to 4 a.m. and so the board chose to stick. They did not want to extend the use any further than what was already there, even though they were already granting outdoor use, which not outdoor use, but extending it to leave an entrant from Orchard Street. That wasn't happening before. They were okay with that, but they wanted to keep the stipulations of the 3 a.m. and a couple other things.
Okay.
So you essentially you have not extended it. You also clarified the space issue, and I still feel that karaoke is a little bit less of an intense impact than what the previous applicant was proposing.
Which was live jazz?
Yeah, jazz and scheduled performances and a few other things, so.
Okay, great. Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Okay, we have one more item that they have so patiently waited for.
It's not us.
I know, you're just here to support.
And you guys need to find somewhere to go, maybe one of these establishments.
We're just my home.
So,
I'm not out.
will the applicants for number 15, which is the bar and house in 244 East Houston, please raise your Zoom hand and we will promote you.
Have a good night. Take care. Good luck.
Thank you again so much.
Of course.
You know what? Joey, sorry. I think the one thing we did say, and I don't know, maybe we don't need to, it's not really us, I guess. Should we include, he said they were going to close up the space between the two, between 192 and 187, but should we put that in the stipulation to confirm that that's done? Yeah, so.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, you'll get that. All I'm going to do is put in the very last item, there's a section that says, we will close the passageway between 187 and 185, or 187 and 192. Just,
it's already,
that's okay, so that's fine. You're okay with
Camera's
that.
up over there.
I just didn't want to say after we had this up on the screen and we told you, I didn't want to throw something to it when it comes. I just thought that. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
The camera is up there.
Yes.
So you should then.
Oh, you are.
Oh, we know, we've already been waiting, we have to stop.
Okay, so we have the applicants up on the screen. Give me just 30 seconds to get the application.
Yeah, I believe, yeah, we're on the screen. Oh, I can see. Yeah.
I'm going to give a quick summary of this and then we will hand it over to the applicants to make any changes or add anything they feel that I missed. So this is an application for the Bar and Houston LLC is seeking a full on-premises license for a bar tavern for the premises located at 244 East Houston Street. This is an application for an establishment with 196 people, 12 tables, 50 seats with a 12-foot bar and 12-foot and a 14-foot bar with 18 seats, less than a full-service kitchen serving food during all hours, 2 televisions, DJs at entertainment level. There were one question. Sorry, just one.
It's the radiator. It's been like bothering me this whole time. I've been like, what is going on?
I keep hearing it too.
I wanted to get it fixed.
Sorry, just one thing. So there was the number of licenses. This was left blank, and I did the stipulation, so it's my fault. Anyways, I'll fill in the number of licenses for the location. I'll continue. So this location has previously been licensed with a full license as a similar operation. This applicant is proposing to keep the same stipulations as the previous application. Both of the current applicants on this license or this application have held license at 85 Avenue A since 2021. This location has had 49 commercial 301 complaints, including 10 with police action necessary since 2021. No, not 85 Avenue A, 244 East House.
I was gonna say.
No,
Sweet.
not sweet.
I couldn't get a name, but all of a sudden, look, those two boys put the, sorry.
Yep,
That's
so,
that's right.
we did have one resident submitted a letter in opposition to the lines and loud music of the previous space. One resident lives directly above their location at 85 Avenue A, submitted a letter in support. 46 residents within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor of the application. They are proposing hours of opening no later than 11 a.m. and closing by 4 a.m. all days. They are not proposing any outdoor space for commercial use. They will close front doors and windows at 10 p.m. That's a general summary. Do you have anything to add, correct, change?
I want to say hello, good evening to you. Thank you for having us. And I want to present to you what we were doing tonight. You covered most of the, I think, important terms, but I want to add that this is a transfer license. So we are purchasing this license, or rather we're purchasing the assets of this existing bar from the writing on the wall. I believe Ryan Levon is participating in this meeting, although I don't see him. He's involved in the seller of the license. This location has been licensed since prior to 1993. It has been consistently licensed during that period. I would also point out that the two gentlemen with me, Stephen Ballinger and his brother Adam Ballinger, as you said, they're currently the owners and operators of Sweetie. As far as I can tell, they could not have done a better job these last 2.5 years. They can talk about the efforts they put in at Sweetie to keep it as calm and as little of a hindrance to the neighborhood as possible. They make every effort to be, if I can use the phrase, good neighbors, but they can go into a little bit of detail about that because I think it is very important for your decision making here tonight. We are seeking the exact same stipulations that writing on the wall has, and we believe that these candidates are very much deserving of those stipulations and no less. So why don't I, if I may, I'll let Stephen and Adam say hello and give you just a bit about what they've done and what they intend to do.
Hey, I'm Steven. My brother and I have been in the neighborhood all our lives. We've been business owners and operators. We've been at our current location for, I don't know, I think we went to the community board for that at like 2018. But we didn't open until after the pandemic. So we've been operating for 2.5 years. We make every single effort to be as proactive as we can with our neighbors, to deter any quality of life issues that may come with, a bar with 4 a.m. license in the East Village, one of the busiest neighborhoods in the city. And I think we've been doing a very good job. I personally have not heard anything recently about our operations. We make ourselves extremely available to our community. And yeah.
Hey everyone, my name is Adam. Stephen and I, we work together at 85 Avenue A, also known as Sweetie. And we're 2 operators that are there every single day. and we have our finger on the pulse and making sure that the community is taken care of. That includes our patrons as well. We go above and beyond to make sure everyone feels safe and included at our bar. And to name an example that we do regularly is that Stephen and I were inside and outside on the street, especially outside, to making sure that foot traffic is moving along nicely, and that everyone coming into our bar is safe and they're not too intoxicated. And if somebody's trying to come into our bar, sorry.
That's right.
And if somebody is too intoxicated, then we don't let them in, and we're making sure that they get an Uber home and we pay for the Uber ourselves. Yeah, that's just one example of how we care.
If I can give another example, Stephen recently testified at the grand jury as a witness for a felony that had occurred. There was thefts of cell phones. I think maybe your committee's familiar with it. That there are, I think, organized groups that go and try to take cell phones, and this was happening. And Stephen not only reported it to the police, but spent the day going to the grand jury, testifying and seeing that this is addressed. So this is a regular. They have regular interactions with the police by attending their precinct meetings. They are helpful with their. They'll provide video if there are. Steve, I'm talking. Come on. If they regularly will provide video to the police if there's anything that the police need assistance with, if there's something that happens outside. And I would say, I don't want to speak for Susan Stetzer. I'm sure that she will give her opinion if she has one, but I understand that she had given a compliment to these gentlemen about the way they were operating. But again, of course, she can give her opinion as she chooses.
Thumbs up.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wow. That's unusual.
Okay.
You said it.
Very much.
Okay, so, good. I do have two clarifying questions about your application. You had checked off, I will close any front or rear facade doors and windows. I walk by, I live further down the street from there. Does that front window open? Is it an operable window?
No, I don't believe it opens.
Okay, so are you planning on changing that to an open facade?
No, not at all.
Okay, so that should actually be checked off as I will have a closed fixed facade, correct?
Oh, okay. I understood it as a window, but sure, I'm happy to check it
I
that
think
way.
it's like a display. It's a display, like a display case almost. Like
Yeah, but it doesn't open to the outdoors.
No.
I think it might be an old door once upon a time.
Okay, so
we can certainly mark it that way then.
We're going to mark it as a closed fixed facade. The other question I have for you is, you have your hours of operation listed as 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. You probably heard earlier, I think you've been here the whole night.
We have been here the whole night, so we heard it a few times. Yes, we can change that. I think you want the latest we will open, correct? That's what that refers to. Is that correct? Am I saying that correctly?
What will be your,
Is it would 6 o'clock? Is that I think that would be the way we would do it, and that allows them to open earlier, as I understand it.
Yes, they can open earlier, they just can't open later. So if you say 11 a.m., you have to be open by 11 a.m. So
I'm not aware.
We misunderstood that, or I did. So
yes. We're going to change that to 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. all days.
Very good.
Correct.
Okay. Now the only other question that I have is, you have not checked off weight lines. I am aware that the previous location was approved for weight lines, which is something that happens very rarely in this community. I think that was during a transition time, we'll just say. So that has been and I have I fully trust your ability or your intent to manage the lines outside, but we just have had extremely bad negative experience with any type of line, whether it's managed well or not. That is actually what we did receive an email from someone who lives in the adjacent building 250 that shares a wall, and she said that, having the line there, it's people standing on her window, even though it's a well-maintained line, it's constant chatter down below that carries up into their windows and her bedroom, and smoking. So, and just in general, that section of the sidewalk narrows there, and the previous place had a velvet rope and a line, and then when the garbage would be put out in front of the building, theirs, including the residential building, not the big one, but the building above it, it got narrowed down to a space of about 2 feet to try and walk by there, so it really became difficult to navigate at times. So, my opinion is a line, especially at that location, is just, even though it was approved in the past, it really isn't a good location for a line. And then what also happened, I think, is they would wind the line around the side of the building to the east, and the doorman standing at the door, he's not managing the line around the corner, so people tend to just get louder as they speak and talk and chatter. So that's the issue, at least from my standpoint, with a line. Is that something you would be willing to forego having a line?
We wish to stick with the current stipulations, as they're extremely favorable to our operation. I do believe we would, in good, very proactive effort, deter those concerns. I did want to ask though, was the issues with writing on the wall, or was it with open?
It's been all, I can personally say it's been every person that's been there for the last, at least that I can remember, the last 20 years since I've been here.
Okay.
I had a line, and it's been a consistent problem.
So I was talking to the operators, and they said that CB3 approved it as long as the line wraps around because that 244 sticks out further into the sidewalk. Right. As long as it's around the L.
That's what
a little more room once you get beyond 244, that building.
Yeah, that's what the residents live in 250 were complaining about. As the line wraps around the corner, the doormen don't watch that line, and the smoke goes right up into their windows and their doors when they're open around that corner.
Is there any way we could sign a stipulation where it says that we will have a dedicated security, not only like a doorman in front of 244, but a security guard that manages the line, the tail end?
Yeah, manages noise, smoke. Yeah.
The problem is the security guard can't make them not talk while they're waiting in line. So having a group of people congregating under windows just ends up being a problem. Now,
very much
I guess it's very much an important part of the way they've operated, or the way they would like to operate. And so I'm wondering if is there some way to limit it that would perhaps satisfy your concerns? We could certainly do without velvet ropes, and we could certainly keep it perhaps shorter. Maybe there's a way to get limited to a number of persons. Would that perhaps?
So one thing I would just say is you have operated Sweetie successfully for some period of time without a line. You don't have lines at Sweetie.
So what people do sometimes is, text them. I don't think we've approved a line in many, many years, so it's really difficult. But what many people do is, they just take people's names and numbers and text them when they can come.
But that's in a more of a restaurant setting.
It is more of a restaurant.
This is just, and I do understand where you're coming from. This is just a bar. It's not something where you could do a reservation system.
This isn't a reservation.
It wouldn't work that way. That's not, I understand that.
Could you imagine a scenario where we limit the people that the line, so maybe perhaps the line would not extend as far as the 250 building? Is that a conceivable solution?
Yeah, I mean, well, it wasn't till January of 2021 they approved the line, but.
But what I'm saying is, in order to, eliminate conflict between the residents and the businesses, what we try to do is, keep down the outdoor noise and, keep the noise inside as much as possible. Very hard to do with outdoor dining. But that's the reason for it. Isn't there any place people could wait inside? Still be a line inside?
Unless you.
I don't.
Some places have space to do it. I don't know
They do.
the inside. That's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying.
it would be really difficult for them to do.
It would be difficult. We got to check, dress code and their IDs as well. And if they're already in, if they're, out of age, it's hard to get them out once they're already inside.
I think this is an unusual situation in that it's also a 1993 continuous license. I think that gives us a little more ability.
I was hesitant to
go ahead, excuse me.
I was hesitant to propose this because I don't know that it's solving the problem, but the resident that wrote in obviously lives in 250 and she lives on a corner and shares a wall with the space. And she said for the past several businesses that have been there, there's been an issue with bass coming through the wall. That was one issue. And the second one was the line wrapping around the corner and smoke and chatter coming up to the apartment. What she suggested was just that the line only be permitted to extend to the west of the storefront, not the east, wrapping around the corner to 250. I don't know that that's solving the problem. I think that's just transferring the problem from being under the windows of 250 to being under the windows of 240 or 242, whatever the number of that residential building is there. I don't know if that's solving the problem. What that might do is that would be a natural limiting factor of the size of the line, because there's a residential doorway there. You would have to keep the line short enough that it wouldn't be blocking the residential doorway. And it's in the front of the building, so your doorman or security personnel could be watching the door and maintaining the line. I don't know if that's a better option for you. That is what one resident who emailed her issues suggested.
She's putting it under someone else.
She's putting it on someone else's thing.
Yeah. Do you mind if we discuss this for 10 seconds?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Wife said to me, it's 21. Dad is 23.
There's a lot of apartments there, but there's a lot of apartments there.
But they're also in the landlord's building.
What?
They're also in the landlord's building with their own tenants as opposed to someone else.
So they can take them to court. Is that what you're
So
saying?
they could complain to their own landlord as opposed to someone else.
Well, they can also take them to court.
Yeah.
The landlord or the resident?
The residents.
The residents could take the landlord to court.
We're not giving them quiet enjoyment.
Their lease entitles them to quiet enjoyment of their apartment, and if the landlord is providing that by having a tenant in the commercial space that's disturbing them,
They take the landlord.
they can take the landlord to court. Someone in an adjacent building can't do that.
Is that the same for any of these businesses? Or is it just a certain zoning of the building?
No, that's in most residential leases, because they're most standard forms. It's a habitability clause or something they call it.
I think that gets used a lot, like suing for money, like people that want money.
Well,
It's called go ahead, wait.
It's when you can't sleep in your apartment because the noise.
People generally move unless they're rent stable.
Yeah. I can confirm that walking by all the other spaces, it's obnoxious because garbage has to go on the sidewalk and that limits the space as well. And when there's a line and velvet rope and then the bouncer standing out there, it's like kind of dodging a maze to get by sometimes.
Has it changed now with the new rules of the garbage though?
The garbage still goes.
It's on the, in the
It's in
can?
the container.
They don't have- they
It's
don't
residential,
enforce.
yeah, they're
They
still,
don't
the residential buildings don't have to put it in containers. And there's a
But it has to be
residential
the certain period of time
They will.
though.
They don't enforce.
But then
Oh,
the
really?
container's gonna be
It's
on
also
curb, which is
still
also
outdoor.
gonna physically be an impediment when there's a line. Cause that's, and I spoke to this, I wasn't on the committee at the last one, when the previous one came, in January 2021, I was not on the committee and they approved the line. But it's, I mean, the sidewalk, I can, you know, it's clear.
What are, can you tell me what the noise complaints have been? Since,
But that's what, yeah, I read it was 49, what?
and what's the,
Since in the last 2 years, there were four, at this location, at 244 East House, there were 49 commercial 301 complaints, including 10 police actions since 2021.
That's a lot.
So it's a lot, so
It's a crazy block too. I mean,
Is that even meaningful? I thought we just read the ones.
no, when it's a large number, it's meaningful. We include the non-crime corrected, but that, you know, if it's 6 that are just non-crime corrected, it doesn't mean a whole lot, but when there's 50 or 100 that are non-crime corrected plus 10 non-crime corrected, that means 10 of them got checked out by the police. There's a lot of them that just, the police didn't get to in time.
Hey, Michael, we're promoting you now, so you'll be up there in a second. Sorry.
By the way, we have to go back to item number.
Here I am, hello.
Go back to what?
Item number 4, if they're here, we'll have to do after this.
Yes, yeah, I have that.
Oh, you do have that, that's right.
I have it circled. Okay, so have you had a chance to discuss?
We're discussing it, we're stuck on this point. We're struggling with it a little bit about whether the compromise, whether it's gonna benefit your goals or not, but to the extent that we can maybe move through the entire application, and is there anything else to discuss? And then
I don't think so. I think this is the only point that we have any concerns about.
And you know what, I don't know if you overheard us, but you know, one of the things we were talking about just now is that there was a considerable amount of noise complaints and police action within the past 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah. So, you know, there were 49 total calls and 10 of them were non-crime corrected at 244 East Houston, including the most recent one, which was in September of this year. So, I mean, it's been a constant thing that they've had to deal with. And I think a lot of that has to do with the crowds outside.
I would like to personally address that as, you know, when we applied for in front of the community board for Sweetie, our current bar, we were hearing pretty much the same thing, but actually much worse.
Yeah.
The place before that, which was Aero Bar and Elvis's Guest House, there was, you know, I was there as a customer like 3 or 4 times. That place was fairly lawless. There was many noise complaints. There was SLA action, there was NYPD action, and that was part of the concerns too for us going in there, because that was such a problematic space that we took over. However, you know, I think we proved ourselves that we're a little different.
a lot different.
A lot yes.
Different. Yeah, they definitely proved an ability to manage their place in a way
Managing your place, but the problem is when it's outside your place, when they're the line, that's the concern. I can fully appreciate your ability to run a decent establishment. You've proven that, but it's the people outside that becomes an issue.
Yeah, we're also speaking to how we operate and managing the outside space, and that's actually number 1 for us.
So are you gonna have your doorman? Are you gonna have your doorman say you can't speak?
Yeah.
You know, your doorman tells them they can't talk while they're waiting in line. That's not realistic.
It isn't.
No, it's not realistic, but it's not that they can't speak, but they can lower their volume from their voices.
But if you're talking about a line wrapping around the corner, it's going to be at least 20 people. So you're going to have 20 people chattering.
Right, but earlier I'd suggested limiting it to stopping at where the building turns. Is that
the problem I see with that is that's where it's a pinch point and it gets crowded and you're trying to walk through.
10 people.
Moving it to the other side, what that does, it automatically limits it by the residential doorway to probably about 8 or 10 people at the most, because you're not going to block the residential doorway. So you're gonna limit the size, and it's going to be under your own building with your own landlord. So if the residents in that building have a complaint, they can go to the landlord and complain as opposed to someone in an adjacent building which has no control over that.
Yeah.
That's so that's why I wasn't gonna bring it up at first, when the other tenant or the other resident complained and said, if they are going to have a line, I would like to see it wrapped to the west as opposed to the east. I feel all that's doing is moving it from her problem to someone else's, but it is putting it into someone else's court that lives in the building with a landlord that is your landlord also. So,
Do you want to just table it for now and let members of the public?
oh yeah, sorry, we should go, we didn't ask if there's any, let's go to the public before we finish the discussion, because that's our really only, and that was my only concern.
Go ahead. I agree. We can go to the public. That sounds good.
Is there any members of the public here to speak to this item? Sorry that I ignored you for so long. So, well, I'm just checking to see if there's anyone up here first. Seeing none on screen, we're going to move to, we'll do you first, Steve.
I simply want to say, respectfully, of course, but I'm here because, well, I love those two guys, but when someone, just before Thanksgiving, somebody came to, one of the men that I'm farmer, anyway, one of the farmers came to me and said, what are you gonna do for Thanksgiving? I said, Thanksgiving is every day for me. Man, salt and pepper, I call it. It doesn't matter. I can go, you can go whatever you want, but that doesn't mean people are gonna come. And I think the proof is in the pudding. That's why every day that they accomplish what they accomplished. And also, I must say, when they went to 23, I realized something.
We are.
But people aren't the same. Like it was 18 to enter, 21 to drink. Went. Remember all that? But when they went to 23, stop. All the little silly stuff. They're they care about it. I mean, look at me. I'm here, so of course I care. But still, I'm going to step back. But I see what men have created. They've been here all their lives. The people that they have in this little spot, you see how small that is. And I wondered, but what they were able to do was put all the young people that are going in there, they got to be making 150,000, 200,000 a year. Please, they must be under pressure all week. My sons have given them the opportunity to be in a place to be safe, to be happy and forget all their world, then to go home. They said, they went up on the farm, I go to bed right now, because I get at 5, but they go to bed at 5, I get up. But when you see a little young women like yourselves, I saw an engineering, anyway, no, but fist pumping. You know that they calculate how many women go in and then. It's all there on the credit cards and ID. They've got the sweet spot. There's, well, for all I know is this problem that I see they have there at this new place, they'll take care of that. That's all I want to say. My son will take care of it.
Thank you.
Whether they got to deal with the landlord, they said, right? But still, they will take care of it. They can help themselves. I watched them. You know, the other day, like I said, I know I shouldn't have jumped up. Sorry, guys. I shouldn't have jumped up. But when that young man of mine went to court and testified against that guy, and then they let him up the street to go out, I said, I've been here for 30, 40 years. I figured they're going to follow him home and maybe do something to me. Honestly, he stood up there and did that.
Thank you.
But anyway, they get up the street and I want them to say, everybody, keep it down, keep it down.
Yes.
Keep it down. But they do it personally.
Truly, I believe that, yes. So.
Plus, I love East Village, and I love my sons, and I love you guys too. Oh, no, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, So, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Ballinger. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dad. Where's the mute button? Thanks, Dad.
Marissa, do you have anything to add?
I mean, I would just say, I mean, I used to work there. I also see it at home and I see how much that they really care about all of their customers and all their residents that live in the neighboring buildings, and they are available 24/7. I can attest to that. I see him on his phone talking to people that, you know, have reached out for any concerns, and they really work with the community and do a really good job of taking into consideration noise level and operation and everything going on and creating a safe space for everyone. And I mean, I hear the concerns of the sidewalks and the space, and I know what that's like living in the city, right? When you have the trash and the people in line, and I do live by a club that when I'm walking my dog and they have lines and stuff. And but I think that what they would do differently is they would manage it and be able to, you know, have systems in place to make sure people are keeping their noise at a, you know, level that's not gonna travel and upset them.
I don't see that they're not smoking either.
Yeah, there also don't have a smoking crowd from what I know from there.
I don't, that's,
But I mean,
I do understand.
Yes.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you both. Thank you both. So I guess David has a question. Okay.
Well, I would like to, it sounds like they are not going to agree to stipulation to no lines. So I think this is a situation where we could send a resolution saying we deny it because they would not agree to the stipulation about no lines, which is important because you can't control the noise of people in the line, and people tend to have had a few drinks already. They're basically in indoor bar mode, even though they're standing outside. So they're smoking and they're talking loudly. Anyway, we can state that in a whereas, but we can do this. We could do this as a resolution like that, where we deny it because they will not agree to this one point in the following stipulations.
Or it would just be a deny unless they agree to these stipulations.
Well, then they could agree to it.
And they
Well,
wouldn't,
if we
and they
did
wouldn't
that,
agree to that stipulation,
okay,
and then it would go to the
sure.
SLA in that regard.
if that's how we phrase those things, we've done it both ways in the past. I don't know which is best. Susan may have a thought on how they understand it better.
I mean, I understand their point. I just.
Well, I do too, but I don't want a line situation. A velvet rope situation is, the woman described it very accurately.
Yeah.
That's inevitable. It is not possible to avoid that.
Yeah.
When they said they would limit it to what?
Like 8 people if they don't go.
Yeah, what is your, I mean, what is your, you know, you were proposing limiting it to a certain number, not around the corner.
Right. So whatever, I mean, what is appropriate for that? Is it 10 people that would reach from the door to
From the door to that side of the corner is probably 5. Does that?
You said.
The door to that corner is probably about 5 people. That's not a big space. You would have, technically, and I'm not pushing, I am kind of pushing for this. You would have more room if you extended it west, to be honest. I think.
Here.
Yeah.
I don't.
Like across Union Market.
Yes, because Union Market is closed at that point. So you could extend it over in front of Union Market.
That go past.
But not before 10 o'clock.
Not before 10 o'clock. Yeah. Do you anticipate having a line before 10 o'clock?
Okay. We just discussed it. Can we do what you're suggesting? Where we
have a line extend to the west?
Westerly, yeah. Is that?
Share my screen so we can look at it together.
West is work.
Sure.
So, you know, so it'll extend to.
That's your
No, the blue door is the bar.
Blue door is the bar.
Yeah.
So then you've got the residential.
So if you're looking at the front, when you said have it extend to the corner at the east, you're gonna get not even 5 people.
Yeah. Hey, we'll.
Are you talking about extending it?
Well, not all the way that way, just zoom in a tiny bit more.
So how about we do the westerly is in the direction of Union Market, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, yes, again.
What time does the line start?
Yeah, I don't know.
Did you say what time?
Yes.
Because Union Market closes at 10, you can't have a line before that.
After that?
Yeah, we could start it after Union closes.
And limit it to how many people?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what, but you see the problem to the right. You don't have much space and then it's gonna wrap around the corner.
Yeah.
Are you gonna have two people, specifically one person at your door and one person standing around the corner, telling all the people to stop talking?
Correct. We're willing to do that. Yeah.
So they can't go around, are you talking about around the corner in Avenue A?
No, I mean, you don't, how long do you anticipate a line being? Given you haven't ever had a line at Sweetie, what is your thought on this?
Currently, the line goes this way, and then this is a corner, it's about a 10-foot, this is the,
Go down.
this is the far mark, I think what they call it. It's set back like 10 or 15 feet.
I've experienced it. I've got bags knocked out of my hand by the line and by the bouncer.
But now they're
Because the
saying-
bouncer's standing there trying to keep the line. It's been a big problem.
This is so narrow, it's like, oh, it gets narrow.
So that's why they're saying just move it the other way, so it's on.
That's quite narrow. It got the ramp, it goes the other way.
Possibly, I don't know.
I don't know, make it
work.
It's not going to turn left to the time.
Street from their building. So the market has extended out by about a third of the sidewalk. They don't want to.
And at where the corner of the building, it gets narrowed down to like 1.5 blocks.
I don't even want to specify a direction, it's just like, I really don't want to line. I don't know that you're gonna come up with a better one. What is happening now when they're saying around the corner?
They're going around that way.
I think they're talking about this right here, which is what we specified in the past.
Right.
That you must be tied up against the building around where this pokes out.
Around that bend.
Go to the east side house and you can see what.
And then along the edge of this building, which is set back about 15 feet. It's not one big wall. How looks like it here?
I go this way. Yeah.
So this.
It extends right there.
Yeah, you
Here.
can see it. Now you
See, that's the wall that goes back, and it's under all of those people's windows and balconies.
So that's a back set. You can see like that. That's a back set. I'm sorry. Can't point at the screen.
See, this is the issue that people were complaining about before. The line wraps around that corner and that wall, and then the crowd is standing under this wall right here, which is all the voices going up. And because the wall's there, it traps them even more. It goes right up into their balconies, and their bedroom windows are that line. There's a living room, and then I think that next window is their bedroom window. I think, but I don't know. Either way, that's what they're complaining about.
But so we had discussed pointing it in the other direction. I couldn't hear. Are you not doing that any longer?
And then it's under the other apartment windows and Union Market buildings. I honestly don't know if either of them is any better. And I don't know, you said proposing a maximum number of people in the line. That sounds like a lot of work for your doorman, and is it gonna be realistic?
I think it's very realistic.
Also because they're out there as well. It's a doorman and one of them or another manager.
Yeah.
I think it seems to me, obviously you will form your own opinion, but that going westerly with a limit of 10 people is a workable solution. But I would listen to what you think.
Can you explain why 10 people in a line is important to the business?
What age? It
Yeah.
draws more people to it.
No, you don't want a line, you want to get the middle.
We never.
That's the whole point, is he wants a line.
They clearly want the line. It's important to their
But
business model for whatever
why?
reason.
That's why, I'm curious why I could see a line of 100 people because that makes it exciting. But a line of 10 people?
We don't do lines for looks. Just so if we do get to capacity, there's a queue. It's just for a queue.
So it keeps you from being below capacity on the inside. That's the reason for it. Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
It's to avoid being below capacity. Because you can say.
They
you
can
can't come
always
in.
have somebody come in.
Right, they'd have a few people hanging outside,
Don't do that.
ready to go in.
Get them in there.
Please,
That they
please.
do that because they say they want to do it, and we've been arguing for half an hour about why.
Okay,
Trying to get them sense.
so
So they really don't need it, and you could even have it like 5 people. 5 people at a time.
I feel bad bickering back and forth about this point, but
Well, if they could even say 10, it would be a lot better, and the door.
Would
is gonna
you,
be
so
able
let's
to
just
see
say,
them.
because I don't know that extending it to the west or to the east is any better. If you're going to commit to saying you'll have a 10-person line and you'll have a person not only at the door, but to stand there and monitor the line around the corner so that they're not smoking directly under people's windows, they're not talking. I know you can't make them be completely quiet, but you're gonna have to have that person be clearly instructed to keep their voices down because they're standing under windows. And I suggest you even put I mean, I know it doesn't do a whole lot, but you put a sign there saying, hey, you're standing under someone's window, please be quiet.
We can do that.
Honestly, if they don't,
I will
Doesn't do it.
that exact quote.
if we ask them to say, hey, please keep your voices down, we have neighbors, and they don't respond to that very well, we're just not gonna let them in. Like, that's a very serious, like, vibe anyways.
And that's fine, that's fine for you, but it still is gonna, you're gonna have people come wait in line, people are still gonna be complaining above, and you're gonna be chasing other people away. So it's hurting both you and the residents. So I understand it's a difficult position, just so you know, the other places that have lines, 2 of them are illegal. We have constant complaints from residents on the street and in the apartments above.
I think they're aware of it. I think that they also understand that they have a little bit of authority over these people who want to come in. Maybe they don't have authority over people walking on the street, but these people want to come in. They have a reason to.
Are you willing to, and I don't even know that we can do this, are you willing to stipulate that, you'll have a line of whatever you decide. But if the line becomes a problem and you receive complaints from the neighbors, you'll just continue having a line?
Yes, correct. We can do that.
Can we do that?
Limit to 10 people. I mean, I say trust them.
I do, and
Can I
I think they're good operators.
If you do 10 people, that's great. Let me just caution you that I lived above a bar. Is what happened at that bar. Constantly were people smoking outside, and those people are definitely in bar mode, and they're talking really loud. In fact, they're yelling, essentially. I was a patron of the bar. Every night my dog dragged me in. And depending on who the doorman was, the people outside, it's roughly the same phenomenon, people smoking outside and people in the line. If the doorman would tell them, hey, you've got to keep it down, you're not gonna come back in, it worked. But most of the doormen wouldn't do that. It just depended. They were using a service. They needed to be in very close supervision of that door person. So, I'm cool with doing this at 10 if they will do it, but you really are going to have to talk to the doorman.
Say no smoking in the line.
Oh, yes.
No smoking and keeping their voices down. And these guys keep an eye on their doorman. That's what they've done at Sweetie. They will do it.
And we're the doormen, actually.
That's my favorite job.
No, if you don't hire a doorman, it's even better. If you don't hire a
That would
service. I
really
should
hold
say.
you accountable. It's
Yeah.
always one of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
What's gonna happen at Sweetie?
If you're there, then you won't have to run.
I'm here. Are you gonna abandon Sweetie?
There's they have management there, and there's 2 of them, so they can split up. One can go to one and one can go to the other.
So you have no intention of closing Sweetie, you're keeping Sweetie, right?
Keep them
No.
there because
We
they
will
are.
continue.
Okay, so. Cool. Well, contrary to anything we've ever done in the past, well, it was done in January 2021, but we'll move on from that. We would agree to align with the stipulation that there would be a maximum of 10 people monitored not only by a door person, but a person that would monitor the crowd around the corner. There will be, are you typing these? Yeah. Okay. There will be no smoking in the line.
Just gonna share
Yeah, we'll share the stipulations that we would be sharing at the end for you to sign anyways, or sign for you to agree to, but.
Right.
Okay. Oh man, that's so
Because,
cool.
well, it starts filling in that box and it gets tiny.
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Jeez, so. fill out the smart tab. I like that. I want to do that with kids.
Will regulate noise. And smoking if line becomes an issue.
Be discontinued.
Well, yeah, if it becomes, and I mean, we could make it so that it gets a little bigger if it's problem. We could say, if there are complaints,
Yeah.
agree to
so
discontinue.
issue,
the line.
I would say if there are complaints.
Try putting the cursor somewhere and hitting shift enter, what kind of like computer is it? And hitting shift enter in the middle of the line, you might get a line break.
All right, if significant.
If there are complaints, is that what you said?
There are complaints, not.
That's significant.
Significant is subjective, if there are complaints.
Okay.
Okay, if there are complaints, we discontinue line.
Is there any way to, I mean, two complaints in 5 years would fit that bill, wouldn't it?
Right.
Is there any
So
way?
I complain, because I will, trust me, I complained to the previous places several times and they did absolutely nothing.
Mhm.
Of here.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna rescind that comment. I was just pseudo joking, but I do walk by there on a regular basis and it was problems.
Okay.
But I do know how to contact you, so I can reach out.
Could we say if there are multiple complaints?
Believe anybody who's smoking cigarettes or smoking.
I think more than one. I think there are, yeah, over 10 complaints.
You know, no one's gonna be unreasonable, 5 in what period?
Yeah.
You know, if there's 5 in the first month and then he takes care of it, and there's no more.
If there are, let's just say if there are continued complaints, is that, how about that? Does that?
I like that. I think that's
If
well.
there are continued complaints, agree to discontinue the line.
That's good.
Continue, yeah, it would be continuing.
Continue.
Continuing, yeah, if there are continuing complaints, agree to discontinue the line. And I will put, I'm gonna spell this out in the resolution that, you know, contrary to our normal procedures or normal, we would only agree to this because of their track record or their experience at their previous location and the stipulation that they've agreed to below regarding their line.
Understood.
Stephen, Andrew, or I'm sorry,
Adam.
Stephen, Andrew, Michael, is that okay with you?
Sorry, my name's Adam.
But
Yeah, Stephen, Andrew, Michael.
Yes.
Yeah,
The three of us are happy with that.
I would also say, excuse me, I would also say because it's on a wide, you know,
Yeah.
a high traffic.
Stephen, Adam, and Michael, is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Adam is the happiest about it, I think. Yeah.
So we're gonna, we'll go through the rest of the stipulations, just so you see what we'll be sending out to make sure everything's correct. It'll be, and is it Stephen or should Adam, who's gonna be actually be signing this, or?
I'll sign it.
Okay, so Stephen Ballinger is qualified representative of the bar in Houston LLC at 244 East Houston, agrees to the following stipulations. It will be a full liquor license and will operate a bar tavern with a less than full service kitchen serving food all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. all days. Will not use outdoor space for commercial use.
Okay.
And then you will employ doorman security personnel. So I guess.
See no below.
But also, I mean, is that every night?
Mm-hmm. Every single night.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So just
All days, so.
all days. Now I think, did you check off? I know it is soundproof. Were you doing any additional soundproofing?
We did check off that we'll put up some.
So you will install soundproofing.
Yes.
Correct.
You will have a closed fixed facade. So you will have DJs. You will not have live music, third-party promoted events. You didn't check off, I don't think, you didn't check off any of them, what your cover fee is charged. Do you plan on charging covers?
No.
No.
Okay, so you didn't have that checked off on your application, but so we can check that off. So you will not charge covers, and then you will not have scheduled performances.
Yes, that,
And then the previous stipulations, this is what the previous business had, I think. It was DJs and entertainment level up to 3 times per week, up to 12 private events per year, up to 12 events with a cover per year. But you're taking off the cover, so
I don't think it's zoned for cover.
it's commercial,
It's not C2.
it's commercial overlay, I think.
It's not a C2.
Well, it's
Is it?
Houston.
I don't think so.
I didn't.
Part of Houston is residential, part of it.
No, it's C25.
It's C2.
It's a C25 overlay.
Okay.
In any case, is it coming off?
Well, so the 12 events with the cover charge, do you want, you're taking that off then?
I mean, if you guys are gonna approve it,
Well,
realistically, we're never gonna charge.
that's what was the previous, that's why I put this in there, because the previous.
It would be inconsistent with the, having us take off the.
Well,
They said they would have none, and so why are we asking?
Well-
to get rid of the thing that says it could have 12?
So.
Well, I can take it, why don't you make it do a.
So are you agreeing, do you
need it?
Do you need it? I personally, I mean.
You already said no, so just.
Yeah, I don't have honestly, to me, that's not a sticking for me. 12 events with a cover charge, I don't care about that if you want to keep that in personally.
Let's keep it
Yeah.
in case New Year's.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna uncheck the, any event with a cover charge, but it is specified 12 events per year.
No more than 12.
No, yeah, up to 12 events, and then up to 12 private parties per year, which private parties in our definition is an entire buyout of the space.
Wait, is that I think they've done more than that. At Sweetie, they've had some experience with that for like prior to opening up for the evening. I think I worry that would fit under that category.
Well, here's the thing, if you want to do that, you need to move you can't have a private event before your operating hours.
No, I don't mean before operating or before they open for the evening.
So you would have it at 6 o'clock and then open the bar at 9 or something.
Like a political.
Right, something like that. But we would hope that it wouldn't be limited to 12 a year.
That's not.
I mean, if it's an entire buyout, our definition is an entire buyout is a private event. If you're just having a section open for some event, but the bar is open to the public to come in, that does not constitute a private event.
I think what we're talking about is before they open the doors to the public, having for example, a birthday party. So it wouldn't be, the public would not be able to use the bar at that point.
Yeah, so that is a buyout of the entire space.
So do you want more private events?
So they're saying 12 isn't enough.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with that.
So maybe.
What number are you thinking?
52 would be safe.
Once a week, 52?
It's Sundays, they're Thursdays.
4 times a month, 52 a year.
They need it, it says Thursdays.
Not actually, but it sounds like a lot.
I know.
Not
Yeah,
that many, but it's not that many.
You can buy it out like 2 hours.
Before they even open
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
public.
I don't find that a huge issue.
Well, it's not necessarily going to be restricted to that.
Thank
No, that's what they do.
Yeah, the concern is
Susan trusts them.
elsewhere.
52 private, as long as you're for your private events, you're not having a line standing outside waiting to get to your private event.
No lines for private events.
So, okay, so we're changing that to up to 52 private events per year. And now what do we do with the 12 events with the cover? Do you want to still leave that on, or
Yeah.
are you increasing that to?
No, I think the 12 is.
Events, boys, what if they do a charity event?
If you have something, maybe you could text them, because, yeah.
Okay, so are we okay with DJs and entertainment level up to 3 times per week, which would be if you're doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, up to 52 private parties, private events per year, and then do you the 12 events per cover, or do you want to up that?
The private event could have a.
That's what I mean, the private event could have a cover.
So that's already involved in there.
So it needs to be, so we probably should adjust that too. Do you want it up to 52 private events with cover?
We don't charge cover with the private.
Yeah, the private events are not covered parties.
So we're leaving it at 12 per year.
I think leaving it at 12 is fine.
So ambient background is not checked because you are having DJs at entertainment level. You will not apply for an alteration without coming to CV3. You will not participate in pub crawls or have party buses. You will not have unlimited drink specials. You will have a happy hour, which ends at 8 o'clock. You will have lines outside, but check off, you will have a staff member. You do need to check off the second item. They will have a staff member responsible for ensuring the loitering noise crowd. You will post a stipulation, residents may contact the manager owner, and we already went through the number 18, which is really tiny for me to read now, so I can't.
Right. The lines will not form before 10 p.m., right?
That's not on there, but we will be.
We did discuss that.
Yeah, they did say they would not have lines before 10 p.m.
That was when we were discussing going to the west in front of Union Market. Since we're not specifying which direction it can go, do we need the 10 p.m.?
I think we should. And really, lines are annoying. They're terrible for residents, terrible.
We should limit it as much as
Okay.
possible.
10 p.m. is fine.
Okay.
Get to that.
Thank you for being flexible.
How do you put this? Lines can only start at 10 p.m. or how?
If you can fit.
No lines before 10 p.m.
Okay.
Okay, after much ado about something, are you okay with those stipulations?
Yes.
Yes.
I am.
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
So we are going to move to a vote from the committee now. Sarah Bacci.
Yes.
David Crane.
Yes.
Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Vince Meltzer, yes.
That's
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for working with us on that.
Thank you.
Don't go around telling all these other bars that we approved you with a line.
We keep our cards close to our chest, don't worry.
I mean,
It still has to go before the full board.
I'm kidding about that. Kidding, but okay. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Susan. Have a good evening.
Thank you, everybody.
Sending out the stipulation form with instructions on returning it, notarized, etc. So.
Good to see you, Mr. Ballinger. We'll see you again sometime.
Dad, I'll see you guys soon.
How greedy.
Wow.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we finish, we have to go back to number 4. Is the applicant here for number 4 3 times, 90 to 96 Clinton Street? Please raise your Zoom hand if you are here for 90 to 96 Clinton Street. Seeing none, I make a motion that we deny for non-appearance. Second. Everyone unanimous, roll call, Sarah, David, Michael?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have language for that we used it.
It's just a standard, yeah.
Okay.
Move to deny for non-appearance.
Yeah, I think that's it.
And so, okay.
That line's gonna hold 5% of their capacity.
So that being said, we are done with our items. The one thing that I'd like to mention is Susan and I have discussed, we are planning a training with Andrea. I am discussing with Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Who's Andrea?
Our chair.
Our chair?
Oh, well, Andrea.
Andrea,
Sorry, I was like,
Andrea.
It's like, I thought I was gonna ask.
Is this
something.
close to the meeting? I can close this.
Yes.
Well, then we have to leave it open because we're discussing this.
Business, yeah.
So, and all I want to say, we're not planning a training right now. If you have any items like SLA items, where it's not just going to be for the committee, it's going to be for the whole community board as well. It's going to be an SLA training as we're proposing some other trainings. Please send them to me and Andrea.
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 For the SLA stuff?
But now I know who you're talking about, so I was like.
What do you mean?
You're just like,
For the SLA training stuff, for any ideas of things you want to be covered.
Why send them to Andrea?
Well, I mean, she's chair. Okay, don't send them to Andrea. Send them to me and copy Susan. I just thought we were keeping her in the loop with the training, but.
She is in the loop.
Okay, that's fine.
Trying to save her.
Want to include cannabis, the things that we know about cannabis in that, or just only do SLA?
It's just SLA.
Okay.
So.
You might want to do a separate cannabis thing, but going back to what Glenn said, what we did was just take it chronologically from.
What happens with an application.
It comes to the office and then everything that happens, and then what you consider, at the committee, And then what happens after?
We're gonna put together a little outline. Of course, we'll share that with you, and then if you have anything to add, we can modify it and we can go from there. We're planning for sometime in January. I don't know that we even got close to discussing a date in January. We just said it would be sometime in January.
It sounds like more detailed than the one that Alex did that's on the website. It sounds a bit more detailed about like the office piece than the one that Alex did.
Yeah, she didn't discuss the
She didn't talk
office
about the
side.
office.
No.
Yeah,
I don't- that I
it won't be lengthy. It's much simpler. It's, almost more bullet points. And then, just sort of FYI, Andre is facilitating a meeting. And then what else I was gonna do one on how to write a resolution. I don't know if she contacted you, but I'm gonna ask you to do one on the procedure.
Okay, so that being said, we will take our final roll call vote. Adjourn the meeting. Sarah?
Yes.
David Crane?
So do you wanna do one?
Michael Lavario? No. It's not Sarah.
Right now, I
Yes.
have two for now.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, it just has to be a
Stop recording, close the meeting.
rush. I was thinking about more because people ask all the time or, what we're doing.